was about to go get the Henny. Hello, chat. Welcome to my TED Talk. Hello? Hello? Oh, the chat's moving. My chat's just frozen. Okay, it's fixed. Oh, that's cool. My camera's doing things, chat. Now I'm in the sky. Did you finally get some water in your rooms? It definitely was done yesterday. Yes, actually, I did. I got. Uh, don't look at my crotch. Is Smart Water Coke, perchance? Yes. Then I don't have any water. Nope. Yet another day without any water. That's a shame. That is a. Why is every single drink here Coke related, bro? Every single one. This. Oh, I know why. Because this hotel is sponsored by Coke. I saw a Coke sign outside. Jeez, a freaking wheeze. Oh, I brought my own drink though. I bought this from the CVS that I went to. I bought this. I bought a box of Pop Tarts that I already finished. And I bought some Chex Mix. So, I don't need Coke products. Don't need it. Live without it. No donuts. Why would you remind me of donuts? I should have got donuts. Pop Tarts a Coke too? Stop. I don't believe you. Chex Mix is Coke too? Stop. I will yeet myself off of this freaking seventh floor, whatever floor I'm on. Next thing you're gonna tell me that the seventh floor is also Coke. You ever drink from the bottle? Yes. I don't have any Coke cups. Coke. I said copes. I don't have any cups. Yeeting is Coke too. I should have known. But you should say that. I should have known. Seventh floor is Hamas. Oh, that's a new one. I haven't heard about that one before. Anyway, how y'all doing, chat? Who among us, Sussy, among us, watched my newest video, or were here yesterday. One's in the chat. That's a lot of ones. 1.5? What is 1.5 supposed to mean? Did you guys hear? I didn't hear the question. Don't worry about it. So the VOD, not YouTube. I watched the VOD. Okay, well, same difference. The VOD is the exact same video. Now you made me cry. Don't cry because I cry. Cry for yourself. Leave your tears for your own marginalization, chat. The 0.5 bits for Coke. Stop. I cry for myself. Okay, that's fair. Watched with Grandma. Grandma watched it this morning. I was here yesterday. Any exciting plays for Halloween? Absolutely nothing. I have nothing planned. Hopefully, I find a baddie. She won't be a TwitchCon baddie, but she'll be a baddie. I spend the Halloween with her, but I haven't found out who it is yet. The chat on the mic. Oh, sorry, chat. Jeez Louise. Hang out with the puppy. Oh, yeah. I could probably just hang out. Me and Nyx are gonna hang out. I'm gonna get Nyx a costume, and I'll put her in a costume. She's gonna hate me. How was Twitch's baddie search? It failed, obviously. Okay, well, it didn't fail. It saved me from being a part of drama. So I can only hate on the TwitchCon baddie search for so much because it saved me from being pulled into nonsense. Which I also won't be talking about today. That's a conversation for when I get back. Right, when I have all my links in order. I can wade it through the slop. So you want to have the secret meeting? I didn't even know there was a secret meeting, if I'm being entirely real. Do you know what Meow Wolf is? I've never heard of that before in my life. Are we doing okay? I'm doing better. I went to sleep. You're never looking for good food, let me know. Denver Biscuit Co. the breakfast spot. Well, I'm only here for one more breakfast day. I leave tomorrow. So I don't like Coke. Don't put that on me. That is a lie. How dare you? How dare you make that assertion? You have Coke for breakfast? I don't do Coke. Chad, stop. Where do you get this notion from? Do you adjust the elevation? All right, I got this. I don't know if this is against TOS to have on stream. Ugh. And I will be thanking all the subs that I've missed yesterday. I got a lot of subs and a lot of support. This isn't Coke, is it? No. It's Oxygen Boost. He's doing Oxygen on stream TOS. It's not like a drug. And it's for me to breathe. But I don't want Twitch to see it and be like, bro, that's nitrous. You know what I mean? Because I don't think that's legal or TOS. It's not Whippets, that should be fine. Yeah, but like, you know what? I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna freaking die, I guess. It's amazing. I live in Bailey, like 5K feet up from Denver. Is it daily? Bro, I couldn't live here. Denver's beautiful. Like, I just love the way that the streets are structured. I love how walkable the part that I'm in is. I love that there's freaking trains everywhere. And there's buses everywhere. There's public freaking transportation. Like, I can't do the altitude. I literally cannot do the altitude. I will die if I was up here for long term. Right? Maybe if I get used to it, then maybe I'll consider it. But like, Denver is like above, I would say, Georgia for where I would live, but it's still below going back to North Carolina, and still below DC for its public transportation, and still below Philadelphia because I loved when I was in Philadelphia. I think Philadelphia is probably my favorite place that I've been. Other black people would never know. No, there are not. Did you see the Red Rocks yet? No, I see mountains in the distance. Does that count? There's you, not for long. Also, G Money, J Money. Thank you for the 5 gifted, and Pounds. Thank you for the 2 months. I love Boston, like a great city. I've never been to Boston. How many cities you lived in? No, no, no. I didn't live in all these cities. I only visited a lot of these. But I visited quite a few cities. Let's see. Where would I not live? I wouldn't live in Memphis, or really anywhere in Tennessee. I wouldn't live in Mississippi. Arkansas was beautiful, but I probably wouldn't live there. Oklahoma City was okay, but I still wouldn't live there in Oklahoma. Or else. When I went to New Mexico, it wasn't that hot, but I hate the heat, so I probably wouldn't live in Phoenix or Amarillo or where was I at in New Mexico? I don't remember. Whatever city I was at in New Mexico. Any Midwestern cities? I haven't been to the Midwest a lot. I've mostly been bi-coastal. I've been in Chicago. Late stream? Yeah, because I can't stream in the morning because exactly the driver's talking about the section of Arkansas is gorgeous. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. I have not been to MD. I assume that's Maryland. Albuquerque or Flagstaff? Oh, I went to both of those. So that would answer my question. I missed. I'm so sad. I missed the Balloon Festival, chat. What's the Superior Carolina North one? So yeah, times you get a chance. Northeast New Mexico is my favorite place on earth. I've already passed through New Mexico. I'm not going back, at least not yet. You know. Anyway, sorry, I'm just yapping here. This is not the reason why I started. I didn't start streaming just to yap. I mean, I kind of did a little bit, but that's not the only reason I started streaming. So I got who watched my stream yesterday. Now, two's in the chat if you've seen Hassan's stream today. At least the section that is relating to the conversation that I was having yesterday. Just said no. I know Demi Charm was there because Demi Charm got called out specifically. Two of the chat was annoying. Yeah. I love bits and pieces to be honest. True. Was working. I had one AirPod in the conference just because I was just wanted to hear. He didn't watch your video. Yeah, I don't think he didn't watch my video because he didn't like want to. I think he watched the video, or I think he saw some of the content from my video. I haven't called out for calling Hassan out. True, right? Because if you saw what I said yesterday, and you saw his stream today. Right, there were points that I made that he like addressed, or one of his mods or someone summarized it. No, he wouldn't have. He wouldn't have gone off of summarization. He would have watched it himself. He quoted you. Oh, did he? Did I miss? Okay, I must have missed that part. I didn't see that he quoted me. The tone shift was apparent, in my opinion. So I think he watched at least part of it. I think you're a healthy part of the community for him, and he knows that. Yeah. Which is why I'd never like, and this is what people get mad at me about. I'd never written Hassan off. I think your stream is crazy. Listen, I legitimately cannot turn them off. I was talking to a few people at TwitchCon, which I can get into the TwitchCon conversation, right? Also, I was saying in House that he DMs Hassan to talk about it. Shout out Ostonox. Ostonox is chill. Ostonox is cool, right? I've never spoken to Ostonox, but it's so interesting because we got VIP'd around the same time. I think he got VIP'd like a month before me. So we've been in the community for basically the same amount of time, essentially. I have respect for Ostonox. Seems like a chill vegan. Yeah, I was a chill vegan. Also, I have no beef with vegans. I like vegans. Vegans is usually a good egg too. I would tolerate no disrespect for the Hassan mods, specifically the Hassan Twitch mods. Right? They have a hard job, and a lot of them come in here and they say nice things and they do nice things and they're nice to me, and so you must also be nice to them. I don't know who they are. They're probably like a VIP here. I hate those guys. There's Toxic SJW. What's up, Toxic? But you be nice to the mods, right? I won't tell you to be nice to Hassan, but I will defend Hassan, right? Because I do think this is the reason why I'm still here. Because I've left communities before. I've talked about this, right? I wouldn't say I was a part of like Vosh's community, but like when I was first trying to figure out like what was beyond, what was more left than liberal, right? I stumbled upon some of Vosh's debates and I was like, oh, there is something left than liberal, right? And so I watched a few debates. I saw his debates with Destiny and I was like, fuck that guy. like legitimately, I was never a DDGer. I never watched a piece of Destiny content that I found enjoyable to consume. Like immediately I was like, dog, his vibes are atrocious. I didn't even like Vosh's vibes, but I was like, whatever that guy got going on, I don't like that. I do not like that. And then I saw like, and because I took that, I saw like Destiny and Hassan beef a little bit, and I was like, who is this Hassan guy? He pops up a little bit, and then I started watching Hassan's content, and then Vosh said the N word, and I was like, well, fuck that guy too, and Vosh dropped the tactical N word, and I was like, bro, fuck that guy, right? And fuck Destiny. I'm gonna watch Hassan then, and that's how I found Hassan from like TikTok clips. It was Ninjago. Vosh is gross in my opinion. Oh, I don't disagree, right? But I will say Vosh did a better job of cleaning up his image, not with like the horse, porn stuff or whatever, but like Vosh used to like look disgusting. You know what I mean? Like he used to like look like the gross neck beard archetype. And I will say that he did a good job of like, cleaning himself up, getting himself like shaping up his beard, cleaning up his haircut, so that he looked like a presentable person. Still does. I mean, it's this true, right? But I'm telling you, if you did not see Vosh in like 2019, don't Google it. I'm telling you right now, don't Google it. It was really bad. It just was. Yeah, the man bun. I'm just like, you're making me want to. I'm telling you not to do it. It was bad. You know what I mean? And so I was a baby liberal. Like I didn't even call myself a liberal because I was like, I hate those guys. Right? I was a unnamed, right, ideology, baby, like young, 19 to 20-year-old black kid who just got to college and was looking for something, you know, looking for something. And I just happened to be served like Vosh clips in on TikTok. And I was like, oh, there's something there. Right? There's something there. And so it was like a span of like a month or two, I would say, where I was just like, I'll watch this guy, I guess, every now and then, talk about like anti-racism and freaking BLM or whatever. And then he said the N-word, and I was just like, nah, I'm out. Right? And this is why I'm so like strict on like the space being hostile towards black people. It's because I remember how quickly I left that space when I found it was directly hostile to me and my identity. Right? I dipped out immediately and I've literally never looked back. Right? I never even considered like, oh, what is this guy doing now? You know? I was just like, nah, bro, he's just like very flagrantly disrespects like who I am as a person, as a human being. So fuck him. Right? And honestly, I don't want that for Hassan. I like Hassan. Hassan is my friend. He's been nice to me. I don't have any beef with Hassan. But I don't want that for Hassan, right? I want black people to be able to enter the space and like feel as though this space is not antagonistic to them. You know? I want people to enter the space like I entered the space, right? Because I've said this earlier in my stream, like 2 years ago until now, right? I found Hassan and I stayed with this community because I felt as though Hassan, unlike Vosh and unlike Destiny, right, didn't have an allowance for the bigotry of anti-blackness to exist while he was changing people's minds. And so I understood that he had a goal to change people's minds, but at the very least he would like call that shit when it was getting really bad. You feel me? Like, that's how I felt. And as I've been in this community, right, I've given a lot of allowance to like, you know, okay, maybe I don't agree with Hassan on this, or maybe I don't agree with the community on this, right? But I still understand what Hassan's perspective is. I still think he's good for the left, right? Until the space became so insanely toxic, but not in the toxic way that people like to imagine or assume that the left is. You know what I mean? But it became toxic to the people that were supposed to be inside of the space in the first place, that I was like, bro, this is an issue. This is a problem. This is pushing me away in the same way I felt these other communities were pushing me away. You know? That's why it seems like I'm harder on Hassan than like people would like me to be, right? Because I know Hassan can be better. I know Hassan is better, right? And this is why like I don't take the like his like Sudan moment as like the totality of everything that Hassan believes, right? I didn't harp on him being like he said black weirdly, right? Because I do understand that like, you know, he's a streamer. Streamers pop off and say things that they don't mean. And I gave him. Wait, never mind. Sorry, I realized that I didn't have my wallet on me because I've been paranoid about that. So I was just checking, and I realized I couldn't have gotten in my room if I didn't have my wallet on me because my hotel card was literally in my wallet. So I was like, what am I stressing for? It's in here somewhere because there's no way I could have gotten in the room if it wasn't. Sorry, I got totally distracted. The moment where I feel like my wallet is not in my pocket, I have to check for it. You feel me? Because that is literally my lifeline. And if I get pickpocketed, I will murder whoever does it. Okay, well, that's obviously an exaggeration. I'm joking, but like, I'm not being pickpocketed. Only losers be pickpocketed. Oh, this new overlay. This is like the old overlay. This is the same overlay. I'm on my same setup essentially. Basically, what I'm doing, chat, is I am streaming on OBS on my MacBook, but I'm not streaming to Twitch. I'm streaming to my PC in Los Angeles, and so I'm sending my phone's webcam feed right? I'm sending my phone's webcam feed to my OBS in LA. So that means I can do things like this.
Maybe I should be a VTuber because I can kind of kill this. Like, imagine this, but like with like a
Right? Because it's literally my old setup. You're so good at this. Thank you. I coded it myself, and I'm very proud of it. And I don't think people who don't stream, even people who do stream, I don't think anybody really understands how cool it is. I didn't pay $1,000 to no IRL backpack company. Nah, I made it myself. Is it RDP? I've never heard of RDP, but it is RTMP. I don't stream. I think it's cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Confirm. I'm trying to stream from under Hassan's desk. Public repo? No, not right now, because I store all of my keys inside the code. Don't yell at me. But yeah, if I put it in Discord, I'm cooked. Why did I say Discord? I mean GitHub. Just sit on the mic wire and get really grumpy about it. There is no wire. It's wireless. So, API keys and source code, you know it. That apple juice? No, it's white crayon and strawberry. Why do they gotta be white though? Where's the black crayon at? And go really make magic to me. I build your car from the ground up, but as soon as it comes to the ECU, I'm toast. If you can build a car from the ground up, you are insane. Sorry. Focus up. Focus up. Focus up. Focus up. What was I saying? Oh, I know Hassan can be better. That's what I was saying. I know Hassan can be better. I know Hassan will listen, and he may not be receptive. And he definitely will not be receptive on stream, right? You will never get Hassan to change his mind on stream. And I think that is a character flaw. I don't think that's a good thing, right? But it is something that does exist. It is something that does exist. And it is there. You actually catch the first 2 hours of his stream today, actually productive. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. And he just admitted on stream today. No, his mind didn't change on stream today, chat. Right? I saw bits and pieces of it, and I think he said things that I appreciated. I still hate the chat though, but he said things that I appreciated. But his mind didn't change on stream. His mind changed before the stream started. Right? He did his introspection like before the stream started. He doesn't change his mind on stream. Right? He'll move on. He will talk about something else, and then he'll come back in like maybe a day or a week, and he'll change his mind. Right? And again, I think that like we should be like as streamers, we should be able to be like, hey, maybe I was incorrect about this, but I do acknowledge that he's in front of so many people that like I get it, I understand. In so much of a defensive position on stream to do that, I think, and I understand, I agree with that, right? I do agree with that. Did he reach out to you to apologize? I don't think Hassan has anything to apologize to me for. You know what I mean? Like personally, I'm not looking for Hassan to apologize to me. I would respect him way more if he had the willingness to reflect and reconsider his takes in front of everyone. Yeah, I understand that. I do. I do understand that as well. I don't disagree. right? But I can acknowledge that it's a tough thing to do, right? It is a very tough thing to do, and you can't be perfect on everything. It's one of those things that I'm just like, you know, I'm not gonna hold him like to account for that. I fully agree with what you're saying about streamers being accountable and correcting their mistakes live. Also, yeah, I've listened to Hassan and I've seen him clarify and explain some crazy statements he's made before, which is why I stay in this community. Yeah, I think Hassan like does and like will learn, right? And that's why I feel comfortable even like levying the critiques while staying in the space, right? But again, my issue is not with Hassan. I've said it's like consistently. I think Hassan's behavior enables who I actually have my issues with, and that is the chat. You know what I mean? Right? That's as far as I will blame Hassan. I think his behavior enables like the worst parts of the community. I feel like it stems from ego and deconstructing bad ingrained habits means taking ego away. 100%. I think it's sick of it in chat, honestly, yeah. Same, I just know it won't get better until he changes that. Yeah. Hold. How do I turn off Chatterino pings? I keep getting pinged for everything. So my freaking neck hurts. My neck. Whoa, what was that? Oh. Daymaro, thank you for the 2 months. And Kuki Manji, thank you for the 3 months. And I'm just gonna thank you for the get this sub. So I literally, you're so far away from me, chat. I cannot read you. I'm a chatter in the silence chat. Y'all going in. Don't generalize the chat, please. Chatter. Everybody here is a chatter in the silence chat. I'm sorry to tell you this. Not me. Yeah, because you're banned. That's why you're not a chatter in the silence chat. It's not by your choice. You're banned in the chat. I'm not. Did you not get banned? I could have sworn you were banned. No, I left. All right, maybe I got the wrong chatter. Maybe I'm just shooting. You know, shooting from the hip. Oh, that's not here. Yeah, I thought it was partially because you were banned. Anyway, we're gonna watch the VOD. If my sync tube works for the VOD. Yeah, fire me, I quit. If we're banned, I stay dunking on morons in there. I ain't gonna stop. I see you in there, T Blazing. Are you feeling better today? I always feel better until I don't. You know? Also, I love that there's zero weight inside of this bag, and it's still hurting my shoulder from like all the weight I usually put on it when I stream IRL. You a Hornets fan at all? I don't do sports. Why are you wearing it then? So I can clip the microphone to it. I guess I can clip it to my shirt like this. But this looks kind of lame, doesn't it? I guess I can clip it like. I guess I could clip it to the chain. Y'all see the chain that saved that dude's life? Really shot in the neck. There's a reference I want to make to that, but you know, people have gotten banned for making said references, so I won't make that reference. But you can think about it. I think we're all on the same page. All I'm saying is that if a certain person was maybe nicer to immigrants, maybe the Cuban would save his life too. Maybe the Cuban would save his life too. But you know, that's all I'm gonna say about that. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Someone sent me a link to Hassan's VOD. Like a link to the actual VOD itself. So I can add it to the sync tube. Or a clip, a clip channel, clip of it, if that exists. I haven't seen it. If it does, if I have to, there isn't one. Okay, I think that might work. We'll see if the sync tube allows it. I have not yet tried. Who's your favorite non-political streamer? Tina Kitten, easily. I will literally stay up until like 2 o'clock in the morning watching Tina play the fucking Omnichord. It's not even close. It's not even remotely close. Not Ludwig. I'm not even gonna stop. Don't even ask me about Ludwig right now. Don't even ask me about Ludwig right now. Okay, chat. We're gonna see if this works. What? Hello? Oh wait, playlist. We're gonna do a test video before I do this video. Okay.
How y'all? It's a fucking dog, man.
Can y'all hear that? Did y'all hear the video when it was playing? Yes, perfect. Oh, sorry, trigger warning for Asmongold. I was not expecting to see him here. All right, we're gonna see if this one works. All right, what's the timestamps again, chat? $37.40 to $154. Okay. This is $37.40. Okay. Also, what's up, Demasius? I don't know why you're not a VIP in here. How do I fix that? There's no VIP button. There's only a mod button. Yeah, I'm close enough. Close enough. I don't know how to fix it. 37 what? 37.40? Can y'all hear that? No. What? Why not? Wait, hold on. Video. SyncTube. Can y'all see this? Refresh. Oh. So SyncTube works for YouTube videos, but doesn't work for streams? But I can play it on my thing? Why is it not working? Is it because he's still live, technically? Let's refresh the cache. All right, the SyncTube does not want me to play it. Is there literally no clip channel posting it? Tell him to edge stream. This is less long. Hassan addresses his cancellation online. LOL. Saw a short one. He's opened up a normal stream and rewind. Yes, but okay. I just listen. It's hard to explain why I can't do that, but just know that I can't do that. You're gonna have to trust me on this one. There is a reason why I'm doing it in the way that I'm doing it right now. Let's try to remove it and add it again. Yeah, I guess my SyncTube doesn't play on my OBS when it's a Twitch VOD. I think this is a problem with Twitch VODs, honestly. Wait, there it is. Haha, I'm a genius. Okay. Tell me if you can hear this, chat.
Islamophobia. Government shutdown, ice raids, Freaky Friday, New York City tomorrow. Get in now. It's time you become a real theater kid.
Can I hear that? Yep, I'm a genius. What's the issue? Don't worry about it. If you run into it, you got to figure it out yourself. That's right. It's called pulling the ladder up behind you. And I am a... Sorry. I just kept hitting refresh. You don't know? I literally have no idea. I just kept hitting refresh. It stopped? Yeah, because I paused it. Very stack overflow of you. All right, let's get into it. Let's get into it.
You're a kid. Twitch.tv/Hasanavi. I think your biggest weakness is how you treat your dog. You spoil her way too much. It's true. I do spoil her quite a bit, but Hakeem forced to endorse Zoran. Okay. How important would you say cardio is for your routine? Very important. Okay. Chat, this space is not a safe space for black folks here. When Hassan says normies and appealing to average people, he means white people. Normalcy is white supremacy.
Okay, who even is this chatter? Okay, let me do a little bit of an investigation. Cause like, does this chatter think that this is like the most productive thing to do? I get it. You know what? I get it. I understand. They're trying to be helpful. Wait, is this cuss cuss again? It's cuss cuss. I should have known it. I should have known it. They never learn. They literally never learn. Why do they keep doing this? This is like the third time. It's the third time. You feel like they were directly quoting you? They were trying to. Every time your stream ends on Hassan criticism, they go in there and start blasting. And I tell them literally to not do it. Like, that is, honestly, I say that more than I criticize Hassan. I literally go out of my way to tell people, to tell y'all to not take my words and then weaponize my words in Hassan's chat. Because it's literally not productive. It's not productive. And I tell y'all not to do that because I don't want to be a vector of your anger. You can have these takes and you can agree with me and you can see the same thing that I see, but stop like weaponizing my words against Hassan because you think that that'll be a better vector of your anger. BRB telling Hassan. And that chatter has done it like 3 times. 3 separate times. That's insanity. People aren't going to listen to, but like, it's not even just like all of you. It's literally this one chatter. It's this one chatter. Was you in your video on Mike's chat just saying that I understood where you are? But even then, like, I don't even necessarily want y'all to do that either. Right? It has wild chatters. I'm so sorry. This is quite literally the minimum amount of ads that I can run and to not have pre-rolls on my stream. It's literally the minimum. It's the minimum. That's it. It is the minimum amount of ads I can run just so that when people click on my streams, there are pre-rolls though. There shouldn't be pre-rolls because I'm running these ads to turn the pre-rolls off. That's like the entire thing, reason why I'm running them. I wouldn't be running them just cause. I mean, if you know what, I guess I'll do it for this stream. Why not? I'll turn on the politics tag so you get no ads. Right? If I would have thought about it yesterday, I would have done it yesterday. But I'll turn on the politics tag so you don't get any ads. I think this is an important discussion. Don't do that. It's whatever. Make your money. I make enough money by people giving me subs. You know what I mean? I never expected to be over 1,000 subs. And I mean, we're basically almost there. We're at 999. Oh, wait, hold on. I almost did the bit without having the number there. It wouldn't have made any sense. There we go. We're at 999 out of 1,000. We're almost there. Anyway, point being, don't do that. Still do the pre-roll. I don't need pre-rolls. I already rolled some nice J's ever. Jeez Louise, you freaking potheads. All right, let's continue.
Mostly is white supremacy. Hassan does not care about making this a safe space for black folks. What? I can't tell if you're being serious, cuz. But I would say that the first part of your statement is Not that this is not a safe space for black people, but the first part of your, or the middle part of your sentiment is true. When I say normies and appealing to average people, I do mean white people. Is a white supremacist country that we live in. So this isn't to say that you should be open to white supremacist values or anything like that. But yeah, a lot of normies hold on, regardless of their background, to white supremacist values.
I mean, that's kind of the point that I made in my video yesterday. I don't know what else to say about that. Like that's just the point that I made. It's Mr. Everything for the 27 months.
A joke. That is true. This is a real thing. I don't think it's unfair. I mean, it's unfair to assume that I am like, it's unfair to assume that I think it's appropriate, or like white supremacy is appropriate, or that I don't make sure that there is like some level of moderation and regulation surrounding issues that pertain to black people and like people getting away with saying crazy stuff. But yeah, America is a white supremacist country. America is, in its foundation, a white supremacist nation. And those values are reflected all over the United States of America. Why do I feel the hate train against you has been extra harsh these days?
I mean, I don't. Sorry, I left this playing. I don't disagree. Like this is literally what I said yesterday. Like, if that's the case, if that's who we're catering to, that's like fine. We just have to call it like it is. So we cater to that. No, I think that like honestly, I think that somebody should, right? I just don't necessarily like the idea of like we're catering to white people, you know, and then like we're lying about it, being like, oh no, we're catering to all people actually, you know. When it's like that's just not necessarily the case. If we're gonna cater to white people and address the concerns and needs of white people to bring them onto our side, then say you're doing that, right? Say that's what this space you're crafting is. You know? I think we can have a disagreement on like whether or not that's the best and most effective way to grow the left or garner power or to make change or to protect marginalized people. But like if we're at least operating on the same wavelength, then I don't have much beef with that. You know?
Clips has got you so hard. Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, I missed that. Run it back.
It is what it is. Anyway, blast off. I think that's an accusation of you trying to uphold white supremacy. Yeah, I don't try to. I'm not trying to do that. And if I am trying to do that, I feel like I'm doing a pretty bad job at it, but you know, it is what it is. It's because of the election stuff, probably. Is there any shot this TikTok thing? I don't know. I don't know if it's like the new TikTok timeline that has put me in the fucking crosshairs pretty aggressively. I think it's just kismet. It's a continuation of the previous Hassan Bad narrative.
I will say, I do think it's funny that I literally called this entire thing, and I'm not even like, oh, it's just something I've talked about before, and like I knew it was gonna happen again. No, I literally in my Discord, the second I saw that Jax tweet, I was like, this is gonna be a thing. This is going to be a thing that is going to blow up within 2 days. And guess what happened 2 days later? What's up, Miles? We're chilling here. You know, because I just have a. If you live your life as a black person, when speaking about like anti-blackness, anti-black racism, and things of like in that nature, or black people's business, you can kind of make this distinction of like you can tell what will stick. You know, somebody might get called racist or whatever, and you're like, no, that won't stick. You know, that's not gonna stick. So that's whatever. But like you can tell, like, oh no, this is gonna stick. This is gonna be a thing that's gonna occur. And it was one of those times. I'm showing especially ad free. So sub right now, chat. To be fair, I literally just turned ads off. So you should still sub though. I think Hassan would benefit from some people curating what real valid critique against him versus what's just like right wing or lib boosted shit. Yeah, but then the bias of who's curating that comes in. You know, but you know, it's whatever. Let's just keep pushing.
Narratives with like additional qualifiers. You're saying white supremacy is ingrained in everybody's mind since childhood in the U.S.? Yes, that's precisely what I'm saying. This is something that I always talk about. Like, people, you want to know what the irony is? The irony is that I looked at the Sudan clip that people were pointing to, and it was me trying to explain that black people were not voting for Eric Adams in the New York mayoral race. Okay, it's from a couple months ago. And a chatter was like, I'm black. They absolutely are going to vote for Eric Adams. You don't know black people. You should stop talking about black issues. And then he accused me of refusing to cover Sudan and that I only talk about black people.
I will say this is probably the worst part of the
confines
stream
like
that I saw.
an election.
Just because he's
All
incorrect.
of these are incorrect.
This is him.
and
This
dare I
is
say,
Hassan
cynical
being
accusations.
just flat out wrong.
And it's not only a cynical accusation,
Just
but it's
flat out
also
wrong.
one that literally
It was not the
uses
same chatter.
an
This was
ongoing
two
ethnic
separate,
cleansing
completely
campaign
separate
in
chatters.
Sudan that I have
Right.
covered, not as extensively as Gaza, of course.
I don't even agree
But
with
I have
either of those
covered
chatters, by the way.
as
Right?
a
But it was the
talking
first
point,
chatter
as a
who was like,
punchline.
Hassan was like, older black people are not voting for Eric
It's
Adams. And the
ridiculous.
chatter was like, well, you're not in the community, so you won't know black people, or you don't know black people or whatever.
But you do not cover Sudan law. How
And then
is that
Hassan was
incorrect?
going off on that person. And then
Guys,
another chatter was
I have
like,
talked about
hey, bro, can you please
Sudan.
just stop talking about black issues?
Okay.
Like, you only talk about us when it comes to voting.
My
When was the last time you
page
talked
is
about
entirely
Sudan?
Hassan is anti-black, and I
Right?
don't watch you on TikTok, and I'm not black. I
It
don't
was-
know
it
why
was
it's
two
hitting the algorithm
separate
so hard.
chatters.
Christian Divine's video was funny though.
It was not
Yes.
like the same chatter who was like,
The
Hassan, you're a
argument
racist
that I
person.
am- the
You don't
argument
understand.
that
Black people love
they're
Eric Adams,
flipping,
and
I
you're
think.
racist. And Sudan, by the
Also, you
way.
lose people who consistently attack you and never defend you.
You know what I mean?
Oh, I
They
don't know
pause
what you mean
him.
by
Pause
that.
Hassan. Is he playing? Oh, he is playing. He's paused for me. Oh, sorry. He was paused for me. Here, I'll back it up a little bit. He was playing and I couldn't hear you. Oh, sorry. What I was saying is that it was two separate chatters, right? One chatter said the Eric Adams thing, and the other chatter separately was like, hey, can you not talk about black issues? You always talk about us when it comes to voting. You know, you never really talk about Sudan, right? And this is the problem why I think it's important to call this out, is because chatters will then run the line that like, well, the same chatters who ask you to talk about black issues are the same chatters who will say that you can't talk about black issues or whatever, right? And that's not necessarily the case, right? These are like, black chatters are not monolithic. Some believe that, you know, Hassan talks about black issues enough. Some believe that Hassan doesn't. Some said the Eric Adams thing. Some said this Sudan comment. Like, these are different chatters. And it's important to not like monolithize. What's the verb for make something a monolith? It sounds like monolithize would be the verb. I don't know. I feel like those high school freshmen or high school sophomores in that TikTok video that were like, ugh, you're making me write a paragraph right now. You're right. Thank you. I'll take that. Homogenize. I mean, that also works. 3 sentences is too much. That's how I feel. Let me tell you. No, hydrogenize is a different thing. That's a different. It's not. I understand the confusion. Hydrogenize and homogenize are different. Hypothesize is also a completely different thing. My peanut butter is hydrogenized. That's a correct sentence. Bugelgi, thank you for the gift sub. Sorry, focus. Stop distracting me, chat. Focus up. Focus up. Jeez Louise.
The argument that they're clipping, I think. Also, you lose people who consistently attack you and never defend you. I don't know what you mean by that.
I think this was that feels like a subtweet to me. You know what? Who said that? Who said that? I'm gonna find out. 4219. I can't read that. I literally can't read that, bro. What do you take me for? Oh, I found him. I'm gonna see if there's a chatter in here. What? Oh. They are a chatter in here. Feels like a subtweet. Anyway, I defend Hassan more than I criticize him. That's feel like a sneak. It does. But I do. I literally defend Hassan. Can we move yourself to the top of the screen? Sure. But then, all right, because I'm over Hassan. Sure, I'll move myself here. I'll make myself smaller. And then, should I move the? No, my chat's now in front of my face. Here. I'll make it smaller. There we go. Is that better? Better? All right, bet. Anyway, I was saying that I defend Hassan more than I criticize him. Like, genuinely. I literally posted a TikTok defending him like 2 weeks ago. Or like a month ago. I don't even remember. Right? But when a song gets unjustly unjustly smeared, I defend him. 100% you critique his chat more than him? Yeah. They don't see the defenses? Well, maybe if they watched me, they would. Whoever says you criticize more than defend him is sensitive as well. Yeah. Right? Hassan is like uncharacteristically maligned from every corner of the internet. Right? Slop tubers, Zionists, Nazis. Sorry, I said the same thing twice. Conservatives. Sorry, that's 3 times now. Just like apolitical people, libs. Like he gets hate from slop tubers. Stop repeating yourself. Sorry, I'm sorry. 5 times. people with essay allegations. Okay, like we're just repeating the same thing over and over again at this point. Um, yeah, pedophiles. Like he gets a lot of hate, right? And I defend him versus those like unjust, hate campaigns and such. I do, because I think that like I will defend people when they are being maligned for no reason, all the time. I defend Hassan before Hassan knows he's being defended, like with leftovers of Ethan Klein. You know what I mean? And so I spend so much time defending Hassan. You feel me? But that comes, you feel me? That comes with critique as well. I said this when this one chatter was yelling about me, like yelling at Mike and Hassan or whatever. And I was like I will defend really anybody when they are being unjustly targeted and harassed, right? But I will also critique those same people when I think that they deserve it. And I hope that people have critiqued me when I've deserved it, right? Because that's how we all learn and grow and be better. I'm not just gonna, pick my side, right? Shirts versus skins, flag football or whatever, and be like, this is my team. I'm riding with this team till the day I die. Right? And so I appreciate Hassan for his support of me in my career, right? I respect Hassan as a political commentator, as a streamer who puts himself in a lot of precarious positions by doing what he does. You feel me? And I will also say when I think that he should be better. In the same way that if I'm friends with somebody and they are like sexually harassing women, they're catcalling people, you know, they're being, gross and misogynistic, I'm gonna call that shit out too. Right? I don't care how close we are as friends. I don't care if we're boys. If you do something that I think that I should need to check, then that's what I'm gonna do. Because that's how you be better. Right? That's how you grow as a person. I would expect people to do that for me. That's just how I view it. Has he been teaching Chad some real bad habits when it comes to receiving critique from marginalized people? He's not teaching them to do better. We'll talk about that as well when we get to it.
All your black clips are you reading chatters is true. I mean, I've thought about this quite a bit, and not just on this issue, but it's just in general. It's a byproduct of the medium, okay? It's a byproduct of the medium that I'm in. It's not something that people understand, and that's also understandable. Why the fuck would you know what it's like to be live for 8 hours while you're talking about politics and you're
I'm
constantly...
sorry. I tried to keep a straight face while I was doing this like oxygen boost thing. I could not do it. I tried to do it. I tried. Did I take a hit or something? No, it's literally just an oxygen boost thing because I'm in freaking Colorado. Oxygen boost? Yes, I'm in Colorado. I'm in the freaking mountains. The elevation's crazy. It is my anxiety pin. Camera zooming in as you were using it as hilarious. Did it do that? That's so funny. You have to drink a lot of water. Don't want the altitude sickness. You know what? I wish they gave me some water that I could drink. But I don't have any water around me that I can drink on stream.
Constantly, you constantly have a fucking wave of people that are waiting clip to make people question whether or not you are sincere about your beliefs. Okay? That's it. The irony is the person that I was short with, was unironically saying, no, you don't understand black people. They love Eric Adams. And I was saying, black people are not monolithic in the way that they vote, and they're not going to go and vote for Eric Adams just because he's black. So the
Is that
person that
true?
was
No,
cynically,
he's incorrect about this, right? I mean, he's right about the Eric Adams thing. Like, I agree with him with the Eric Adams thing, right? But he's incorrect about his about the chatter being the same chatter. It's a different chatter. He's just lying. I'm not gonna say he's lying, right? Because it's such a small thing. Like why even lie about it? You feel me? Like he's just incorrect. He's it's just not. That's not the case. He's just misremembering. He could very well be misremembering. Yeah, but they are two different chatters. I'm pretty sure. Somebody check me on that. How about that? Somebody go find the clip, and then to me make sure that it's two different chatters. 'Cause I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure it's two different chatters. Because we watched it here on stream. I appreciate his time with Drag and so many potential great praise. It's unfortunate that he hasn't talked about black issues sooner other than inviting guests on FC Signifier, correctly, Christian Divine. Also, Hi Fam, first time chatter, long time a YouTube viewer on alt account. That's such a funny qualifier. Right? But I also understand, this is my take, and I think you can disagree with me on this. Like, I don't necessarily, like, specifically want, like, to go on Hassan's stream. You know? I don't even necessarily want more black people on Hassan's stream. Because I don't think that that's liberation. Like, that's not going to solve the issues that I have with the space. You feel me? I want the space to be less hostile towards marginalized voices, and I want the community to be more open with exploring those voices on their own. Did you even find it productive the last time you had this convo on stream together? I mean, define productive. I didn't even want to have that conversation, right? Like, essentially, the chatters forced me into that position to have that conversation. The biggest complaint, he should be doing the work himself. Platforming smaller creators is important, but it shouldn't come at the cost of alienating black voices for speaking up. Yeah, I agree with that. And here because of that convo, that's good. You got put out of your sleep. I literally was napping. I was literally napping, and I got a Discord ping being like, Hassan wants you on his stream or whatever. Or it was something like that. And I was just like, bro, can I not sleep? Can I not sleep? I agree with people are sheep and having them see another take on stream will cause them to find other voices. You would think so, right? But I genuinely, I think if you ask like FD Signifier, Christian Divine, the Crash Dummies podcast, they probably got like an initial boost from like appearing on Hassan's stream. But the people who went out and watched them after Hassan showed them on stream would have ended up around there anyway. Right? They're like, those people are not the problem. The people who are in here right now aren't the problem. It's the people who are watching Hassan's stream right now, who were in the chat when we were watching this video, like with this stream, and were like, Why is he wrecking the left? Why are these black chatters being wreckers right now? Those are the problem. Those are the people who are the issue. You feel me? Those are the people that we need to change the minds of, to get them to move beyond their very, nearsighted purview of the world. Yeah, the people calling it drama. I'm officially not the problem. I mean, you might be a problem, but you're not like the specific problem of this particular instance. I'm not gonna say you're not the problem. Yeah, months later, we're still here. Words are there. Willingness seems to be there, but they're actually going out of your way to make adjustments doesn't seem to be there. Which at this point, we don't we just have to see it for what it is and accept that it won't be what it could be? No, I don't agree with that either, right? Because I'm not a leftist for accepting things for what they are. You know what I mean? Technically, I'm not a leftist anymore either. I left the left, right? But I'm not like a socialist, if you will. Like I'm not woke because I accept things by exactly as they are now. Right? I'm here because I look at what I see and I envision a future where it can be better. I get you. I don't think that we can force him to change. That's all on him. I agree. Is what Black Twitter going? What did Jack say? Oh no, we already saw this. Yes. Jeez Louise. I thought Jack said something else. I thought it was gonna be a whole other thing. If Why I Left the Left video would bang, that would bang, wouldn't it? That's what I thought would happen. He should get off the subject, have a convo later with you off camera and avoid power dynamics and carry on, but no. I mean, to be fair, he didn't like air me out live on the stream, right? But I don't think an offline conversation is going to change anything because I still don't see Hassan as the problem, right? The problem is the chat, right? Who only sees what they want to see in Hassan. So when Hassan pops off, right? When Hassan pops off, the chat sees that point and sees what happens there, and they internalize that, being like, that's how we should act. You know what I mean? And when Hassan actually calls off that behavior, which he does here a little bit, right? Chatters are like, oh, that's not me. They're just like, oh yeah, everybody listen to Hassan. Listen to what he's saying. Chatters, are y'all hearing him? Chatters, are y'all hearing him? Same chatters, by the way. There's no internal reflection about like, maybe I'm the problem, because Hassan's not telling them that they are the problem. Hassan is acknowledging that there's an issue, and chatters would be like, yeah, there is an issue, but Hassan's not saying, chat, y'all are fucking racist. Chat, y'all are doing white supremacy. And so chatters are able to just like close their ears to it and be like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna hear that. And that's how things just don't really change. But we're not there yet. I'm getting ahead of myself.
That was sinning that I am that I don't understand black issues and I should shut the fuck up about black issues, or that I only talk about black people within the limited confines of a election or as a voting block. All of those things are incorrect. All of it. And I think people constantly want, even in those sorts of clips where
I don't even disagree with them. I was saying I don't agree with that chatter. You know what I mean? I don't think Hassan only talks about black people as it pertains to like elections. I think he could talk about black people more, for sure. You know what I mean? Like I do. I think there could be more coverage of black issues, right? But I do think it is unfair to say that he only talks about black issues as it pertains to elections, right? But I also acknowledge that not every chatter is in there for every specific issue coverage or every single day. And I think it is too few and far between, where I think it's reasonable for a chatter to come in ever so often or frequently or tune into like YouTube clips and then come to that conclusion. I don't agree with the conclusion because I see Hassan talk about it in other instances, right? But I do understand, right? I do understand how a chatter can come to that conclusion, right? Because the coverage is not like all there. That's it. He needs assistance on that because he speaks on what he knows. I agree with that, right? But the problem is that the same chatters who need to hear that are not the chatters who will come in here to hear me speak about that. You know what I mean? The same chatters who need to hear the black perspective are the same chatters who won't come in here to listen to it. Also, by the chatter's logic, voter data is one of the few areas you don't necessarily need lived experience to speak on. And voting data won't tell you why people aren't voting. So I don't fully agree with that, right? Because there needs to be a lived experience aspect in there because the barriers to voting, the obstacles to voting, why people aren't voting, why people are voting for the candidates that they are voting for, that comes from like having a perspective from within those communities. But I don't fully disagree with your take. Yeah, but I feel like you just take the opportunity to go on Bro Stream more because I don't think that they will ever get the black experience by random chatters or just change on their own. Yeah, but like you have to understand that like it's charity for Hassan to have me on his stream essentially, you know, from like a viewership perspective. You know what I mean? Like for me specifically, I'm not talking about FD Signifier. I'm not talking about the Crash Dummies podcast. I'm not talking about Christian Divine. I'm saying for me specifically, I don't add like to like Hassan's overall mission of bringing more people to the left. My audience is essentially Hassan's audience, right? Just a little bit more black. And so he's not going to like go out of his way to like, you know, because like all of his collaborations have that purpose of like bringing more people in, right? And so if anything, it'll be like just to bolster and benefit my, you know, my space, which is like, it's cool, but like it's not really gonna do what Hassan wants to do. And so I understand why he doesn't do that. You feel me? You know? Or just people, online clout shouldn't be a layer when two humans are engaging in meaningful conflict. It needs to be more human sometimes. I don't disagree, right? But I do also understand that like Hassan's mission, his goal, is to bring more people to the left. I acknowledge that. You know? And then it wouldn't necessarily do much for that overall mission. That's why a lot of chatters were screaming about the last conversation that we had, that it was like taking away from the real work of like bringing the edgy white boys to the space. Right? I don't have to fully agree with it, but to understand that's what Hassan wants to do. You know? And it's still his stream. Right? So I'm not here to like enrich myself off of like be like, Hassan, you're racist, bring me on. If I wanted to do that, I would have done that years ago. If I'm being entirely real, if I wanted to do that, I would have done that years ago. I'd be like, Hassan, people are calling you racist, have me on your stream, I'll fix it for you. You know what I mean? 30 minutes for every 20,000 liked tweet calling you racist. Right? But I didn't do that. Because I'm not here specifically to like enrich myself, essentially. I'm not calling Hassan racist to like make him have me on his stream, despite what people say about me. Right? Which honestly is a little bit racist. Right? The insinuation that like, you know, I'm like race baiting Hassan so that he brings me on and I'm like appealing to his white guilt is racist. And I've gotten that from members of the community. Right? There are members of the community. There's in Foreign's chat today. Yeah. There are members of the community who say that about me currently, as it stands. People have said that, yes. Y'all don't see the things that people say about me from the space. Y'all don't see the things that people are subtweeting about me. That you're a racist? No, that I'm like calling Hassan racist so that he could have me on his stream so that I could enrich myself because he's like has like white guilt. Right? They don't say like those exact words, but that's what they say. There cannot be any valid reason to criticize Hassan. It's you're doing it for an ulterior motive, right? For this separate purpose of trying to like, you know, get his attention by appealing to his white guilt, by not being wanting to be called racist, and by having to have a black person to absolve him of that, so that I go on his stream. Right? Is it? I think if you're debating anything, it's having a valid conversation about Hassan's community. People are way too parasocial. I mean, that's always true. Jesus, they're loud out there. Maybe that's me. Maybe that's how I sound. But yeah, I remember what I was saying. People also complain that Hassan talks too much during interviews, but Hassan isn't interviewing. He's conversing with the guest. They're loud. They are loud. What's so funny running people in Sean's hotel? I have no idea. Maybe I should go ask him. No, I open the door. Yo, what's so funny? That seems antagonistic. I'm not trying to be antagonistic. It says, man, I feel like people are just getting more cutthroat without proper pressure release from the world. I think that's true. People travel about it? No, those are like full-grown men. So, yeah. What was I saying? I don't remember the point that I was making, but just know that I stand by whatever I just said. Yeah. Yeah. Let's continue, I think. Also, Juki Dragon, thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated.
Those sorts of clips where I'm like obviously frustrated, responding with anger. They want
Wait, hold on.
They want apologies. They want me to say voting block. All of those things are incorrect. All of it. And I think people constantly want, even in those sorts of clips where I'm like obviously angry, frustrated, responding with anger. They want apologies. They want me to say, I'm sorry. Okay? They want me to say, you're wrong. You should apologize. And I don't know. It's just like you should just behave in a way where you've hurt my feelings. You've hurt my feelings because I saw this clip and I don't know your background. I don't know.
Yeah, I still don't know why I said Ruth.com. Honestly, that was I have no clue why that was necessary.
Don't know the full scope of your objectives, and in that moment you're angry at a person and you're treating that person as you would treat any other person. You're just short with them because they are cynically coming in to bait you. Okay? And that's what it is. When you engage with Bates, you keep in mind that you are being recorded and clipped to an audience that don't know you. I do think about.
Do you think he becomes anti-black when angry? If not, proper question. I get it. No, I don't think Hassan becomes anti-black when he's angry. I think Hassan just becomes angry and he doesn't understand how he could come across as anti-black. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? He's racist Hulk. He's like in the Avengers. He's like, see, that's the secret, Cap. I'm always racist. That's funny. But no, I don't think he's like specifically becomes anti-black. I just don't think I don't think he understands. I don't think he thinks about when he's angry how his words can come across, right? And so like later on, he says that he does this to everybody. Everybody can catch the smoke. The difference is that like, right, the specific types of and the intricacies of anger when it comes to white people is just different than the way you exhibit anger towards marginalized people, right? Like so when he gets angry and calls a white chatter the C word, right? Because the conversation of can you be racist to white people is a conversation, like it's not seen as, harmful because they're white. But when you say what Hassan said in that clip, it is the same energy. I'll give him that. Like he says, he does the same energy, right? When he said the C word versus when he did that clip, but it just you have to understand that it's just different. You know what I mean? Like, for example, you can, not you can, people often, I'll be very clear, people often, right, sometimes will like compare like some white guy to like looking like an animal. You feel me? That, even if it's in like out of anger or out of like, contempt or whatever, is different than comparing a black person to looking like an animal out of anger, right? You just have to move differently, or at least be aware of how what you say can come across due to the historical context of oppression in general, right? And so I think in that moment, I don't think he was fully aware that like, yeah, he was going off like he normally goes off, right? But to black people, that comes across a little bit differently due to the historical context that I'm sure Hassan knows, but just wasn't necessarily thinking about in that moment, right? And it's not just a Hassan problem. Like, we're gonna be chill when I say this, all right? We are going to be chill when I say this. I'm not saying this out of malice as, pretext. It's like the Mike clip, right? When Mike, out of anger, invokes the term buck breaking. You feel me? Like, yeah, in normal context, streamer gets angry, says thing that's not good, right? When it's like other, in a different situation, it's one thing. However, because of the historical context of that term, it just comes across as different things, right? It comes across differently, right? And as I said, when I covered that months ago at this point, and like I'm going to say with Hassan now, I don't think either of them are racist. But he apologized? Yeah, I think he should have apologized, and he did, and we move on, right? But the point is that when you are a streamer and everything that you say is documented, and I've gotten this too, and you say something out of anger, right? You have to understand that that can be taken a certain way. And when you're dealing with things about marginalized people, when you're dealing with terms that have historical context about marginalized people, when you're talking directly to marginalized people, right? That it's something that you have to be aware of when you get into your anger. right? And you're not always going to be perfect, but when you make mistakes, understanding that, like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that, and then you apologize for it, and then you move on, right? I'm not expecting perfection, but just acknowledgement that, like, hey, yeah, maybe I should have been more aware of the historical context, you know? Maybe I should be more aware of the terms that I decide to use, or the way that I invoke certain imagery, or how I speak to marginalized people. And I don't think that it's unfair to have that expectation. Does that make sense? And obviously, there are going to be bad faith people who will never accept your apology, right? Obviously, there are going to be bad faith people who will never accept your reconciliation or your recompense, right? Or you trying to grow and change, right? But it's your job, especially as a streamer, to parse through who is being bad faith and who is being good faith, right? Who is actually harmed by the words that I say and the way I say things, and who's actually making a show out of it, and making sure that you're not conflating the two and then throwing everybody out. Because that's how you harm marginalized people, right? And we have to be better about that, in my personal opinion. Does that make sense? I definitely get the critique. Now he's just being messy with his takes and words instead of talking about it with more respect and taking the time for people to actually understand, not half-ass. Yeah, right? But I do also understand that in anger, you can't do that. I'm not saying Hassan can't be angry. Hassan's allowed to be angry. Here's a question: do you consider Hassan a white person? Hassan considers himself a white person. I consider Hassan what he calls himself. Nor does it really matter because he's not black, and so all of my critique applies regardless of how you could what you consider Hassan. If you consider Hassan white, spicy white, Turkish, or what have you. You feel me? I think my critique applies. I'm not going to get into like the intricacies of like what whiteness is and how it's determined and historical context of like the conceptualization of the race of white and how it's an expanding, encompassing concept to ensure, you know, a majority in this country, right? Like if you think about it, right, there are a lot of similarities below the surface level comparing like Israel's attempt to create an ethno state in like the US, right? So the question is like how are ethno states maintained if you need to maintain a majority blank population in a state? What happens with immigration? What happens when with miscegenation? How does that work? And we see what happens in America, right? Because the concept of whiteness requires itself to be a majority, whiteness is, as a concept will expand to encompass other groups to maintain that majority. You know what I mean? Sorry, this is completely off topic, but like it's something that just popped into my head. But that's why you will not get a white minority. They'll just keep absorbing different racial groups into itself to maintain its majority, to maintain its power, right? Cosmopolitan, thank you for the tier 1. And Ben Fish, thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. I feel like people asking for coverage of Sudan as some stand-in for caring about black people, I think it's weird. I mean, you could think that, but like Sudanese people are black. You know what I mean? Again, that chatter could very well have been bad faith, right? That chatter could very well have been bad faith and asking that in bad faith and bringing up Sudan, not because they care, but because they wanted to dunk on Hassan. That very, very well could have been the case. I don't think that changes the critique itself. You know? The Sun centers the stream around U.S. news and media analysis. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Honestly, I said it before and I'll say it again. It doesn't matter. You don't get that. You don't get that. That luxury as a leftist. You like honestly, you don't get a say. That is the one thing that Hassan does not get a say on about his streams. Right? You can't just opt out of talking about, abhorrent geopolitical situations and genocide. You just don't. It's based on what I've learned about from African people about Sudan. I don't agree that Hassan should cover it. I disagree. Genocide's genocide. And I think any coverage on genocide is important. I just do. I'm not saying that he has to do like every stream on Sudan, right? But Hassan acknowledges this. Like he should do more coverage, right? No matter how much coverage he's done in the past, there should be more. I should do more coverage. This isn't crazy. This isn't a crazy take. You know what I mean? We should all be doing more. It's not an indictment on Hassan. He should educate, but why should he educate his audience? Because it's a genocide, Demi Charm. I don't know what's crazy about this. I think it's important for like the left and left-wing people to talk about genocide as like in totality. He's not the guy who should be speaking about something he's not familiar with. Then he should either bring people on who are familiar with it or familiarize himself. I'm not moving on this point. I'm literally not moving on this point. I will stand firmly right here on the point that I'm on. There's no way you can massage me to be like Hassan should not cover a genocide. That's just not happening. You feel me? This is even a take that Hassan's making. Hassan's not even saying that he shouldn't cover it. Hassan's take is that he has covered it. You know? That's it. That's just how I feel. Right? I'm not even asking for him to move the mountain. You feel me? I'm just saying that I'm not here to dictate how he covers it more. I'm just saying that he should cover it more. You know what I mean? I'm here to dictate how I should cover it more. You feel me? And I will. I've done my own introspection. Right? I have control over that. I'm not saying how Hassan should cover it more. I'm just saying that he should. Hot take is that he should do more going forward. Yeah, it's a crazy hot take. Tries to understand the importance of covering all pressing issues, including those issues directly affecting not only Africans as Black Americans, but also Africans, especially with situations like Tigray, Congo, Sudan, Libya. That's my ad. I was literally about to read my ad, like I was insane. Someone on the left Twitch space who has done significant coverage of Sudan. Asdif. And Moscow shot Asdif out. Turb maybe. Turb as well, but Turb's not on Twitch a lot or as much. Oh, my AirPods have died. Where's my? I lost my other AirPod. Oh, here it is. If he needs a hook, that's why he should cover it. Hey, America is a global hegemon, so everything is connected to the U.S. I mean, he doesn't even need that. I think Turb is. Oh, this is also dead. Both of mine are dead. Okay. Well, time to plug this in, I guess. Here, I'll plug it into my MacBook charger. Okay. Well, now I'm going to hear you fine. Yeah, because my AirPods were for me to listen to the video. Which I was just listening out. I listen out to the ether. So you might hear double audio a little bit. The fact that it's even be weaponized as deflection because no one is covering it is utter failure. People have then weaponized it. Shouldn't be the only ones mentioning it. It's embarrassing. It's like, yeah, I mean, I agree. Because I don't think the people who weaponize it are the only people who are mentioning it. But I agree. But yeah, I forgot what my point, overall point was. But let's
it's
just
just
continue.
that, like, how do you explain to people that, yeah, if you're getting baited
Wait, hold on.
1,000 times, if you're getting baited 1,000 times a day when you're trying to deliver political commentary on hot button issues, of course you're gonna be short. Okay, you're gonna be short at times. I'm not perfect.
Hold on, chat.
Most of the clips I've seen are
Actually, I'm gonna let this play while I see if I can order room service, champagne socialist style.
most of the clips, folks, as a fan, it would be nice to see more black women on your stream. I do appreciate your coverage in general, though, it's safer than many others, but it would be nice to see different perspectives. Do you mean short or curt? What do you mean? What is curt? No, short, like angry. Hair trigger. I think it's a genuine concern from POC. They're absent from the space, so when they have concerns, they shouldn't be treated with any less shareability. Why is that when black people speak out, they're enemies of the state? Bro, I think they just want shareability. Black people do not make up this community. Why aren't you making an effort to get them in this tent? That's what they are seeing from the outside. No, there is some truth to this, I think. But I also, like, I don't know what the demand is. Like, do we do a black content creator hour once a week? Like, I'm not saying that as like as an insincere response. Like, I genuinely mean it. Like, I'm white. I'm a white dude. You know, this is, I'm guided by my own lived experiences. I will never personally understand.
Honestly, I think I changed my mind on this literally just now. If that's what it takes to get his audience to move, to watch marginalized content creators, then that is the least that can happen. Legitimately, if it takes that, if that is what it takes, and it shouldn't be what it takes. Genuinely, it shouldn't be. It should be as simple as Hassan saying nothing. But if it's not that, it should be as simple as Hassan saying, y'all go watch other content creators, and then 30,000 other people at least get up and walk themselves to other spaces and just peer in to see what's going on. And I don't mean just peering into the majority report, right? Who are cool. They're fine. I'm not coming to the majority report, right? I don't mean just go peering into to breaking points or whatever, right? I don't mean just like watching freaking Kyle Klinsky. You feel me? I mean like going to marginalized people where they talk about their own experiences and listening to them when they speak there. And if they won't do that, then maybe Hassan should do a black content creator hour. Right? FD does a good job of highlighting other creators under the post section of YouTube. How do you think I got started, chat? FD found my YouTube channel when I had 20 subscribers, or 200, I don't remember, like a little bit, like I was like 200 subscribers. I had 200 subscribers, and I posted my first long form content, like long form YouTube video. It had 50 views. He found it and boosted it for no reason at like 8 o'clock in the morning on his community tab. You know what I mean? And it got insane attention. And then I reason it's a great video. I mean, it's a freaking hour-long video that he apparently stumbled upon himself. That you're viral with 160K? Yes. It is my most popular video on my YouTube channel, currently right now still. By far. And if you just go to that YouTube video and just scroll down the comments, you'll just see FD Signifier send me, FD Signifier send me, FD Signifier send me. I think he comments on the video as well. That you and random black guy were the same person for the longest time. That one of them was your alt. That's so funny. I don't even know who that is, but that's so funny. For sure, you from the mass bot story. I didn't know you made content at the time. I made content on TikTok. Oh, sorry. I was about to order my food. But yeah, but Hassan shouldn't need to do that. Right? I think that like to a certain extent as like a leftist content creator, there's a level of responsibility that you have to make sure that even with your privilege that the most marginalized among you have a voice. Right? But honestly, it's a slight failure on the space as a whole, the fact that Hassan even needs to do that in the first place. Hassan should go offline, and there should be 30,000 little flies that are just buzzing around here trying to figure out, oh, do I watch some black content today? Or do I watch some trans content today? Or do I watch some queer content today? Or do I watch some women content today? What perspective do I want to enrich myself on today? It's like a buffet. And you're just choosing the cuisine. But no, they're just going to McDonald's every day. No offense, calling Hassan McDonald's. But like, they're going to the same restaurant every single day with no intention of ever expanding their palate. And it shouldn't take freaking, McDonald's to be like, hey guys, y'all know y'all can go eat at Burger King across. I keep naming BDS restaurants. I'm so sorry. I knew y'all can eat at Chipotle across the street, by the way. Yo, that's possible. Stop. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. Apparently, you in this chat bullied a leftist so hard that they turned into a rabid racist. They were crashing out. Who? Who did I bully? What is happening? Someone on Twitter? Who did I bully? It was nuts? What are y'all talking about? I wish I had their name saved. What are we talking about? How dare you? I don't even know who we're referring to. It's crazy. I haven't seen this, but there's no shot someone turned racist. A leftist content creator, or a leftist that we apparently bullied into being racist. I have no idea who this could even be referring to. I genuinely have no clue. A chatter they were bugging? It was a chatter. I banned I bullied them into being racist? That guy in Hassan's chat? Oh! Oh! It was on stream. Oh! Okay. I don't know who the chatter was, but I remember hearing it in my AirPod when I was at the convention. And they said something insane. They were like, Hassan, why do you keep doing this? These black people own you, or these black people owe you, and you keep. Or it was something like that. It was. I heard that. I was just like, what? What? Okay, I need to know what this person's logs are in my chat. I need to know what they said. But they're not even banned. They got timed out for 60 seconds. They got timed out for 60 seconds. That's it. I made a comment that said, cringe debate bro who unfollowed after getting called out. Monitor but ban at first sight of cringe. What was this even about? Oh, it was during the China socialist debate. That makes sense. Yeah, that is actually the exact kind of person that I expect. This question over 60-second thoughts about timeout. No, it was a Katie timeout. So actually, I didn't make them racist. Katie made them racist. You can blame the white woman. Blame the Alabamian white woman. I should have known. Should have known. And they aren't banned here. They're just banned in Hassan's. Yeah, they're not banned here. They got timed out for 60 seconds. But in Hassan's chat, they say, what do they say? As a white minority in my own country, black Americans need to put their money where their mouth is. You can't be a part of a country violating our sovereignty and play the victim to people who are on the wrong end of your baton. Correction, nobody serious considers Hassan a white supremacist. I'm talking about Americans hammering everyone even though they're on the receiving end of American violence. Yes, black people who act like no other minority is being violently killed in America need to stop gatekeeping victimhood. Are you going to defend Candace Owens next? Okay, honestly, this may be like my most like radical take. This is the consequence of Hassan calling Candace Owens Candace Owens. It is. It is. It is. Chatterton, take that and run with it. Take that and then run with it, talking about Candace Owens, thinking that like, oh no, you don't understand. I can't be racist towards Candace Owens because Candace Owens is a reactionary, right? Therefore, she's I can just be anti-black to her and it's totally fine. So nicknames are a bad habit. No, I'm mostly memeing, but like I do think chatters take Hassan's memes and jokes that are like innocuous to the extreme, and then they run with it without context, and then they just become like, it becomes cringe, lame, and then potentially harmful. That's it. It's literally what happened with like woke of the day and Wrecker. You know what I mean? I literally had, where's my notes? I was sitting at a conference and I was writing down notes about what I wanted to say in this stream. So like, I have freaking notes. Oh, sorry, this is the wrong notepad. It's this notepad. I said, people cannot understand criticism of systems, which tells me that they don't understand white supremacy. They're looking for easy answers. Good versus bad. Do we hate Hassan? Do we hate Mike? This isn't a do we hate blank conversation. I'm not here to tell you who you hate. I'm here to make you be better. I wrote that down. And I said, I wrote down self-affirmations. I said, people will not like what I'm saying. They will unfollow. I have to be okay with that. I will fight for marginalized people. I will fight for oppressed people. I wrote that down too. What else did I write? I said, someone needs to teach people on the left to treat marginalized people better. I wrote that down too. I said, I will be the worst enemy of anybody who thinks they can speak on behalf and over marginalized people. Oh, I wrote this is the long one that I wrote. I said, wrecker is used as a slur because what does that mean? Is it just to describe a marginalized person that gets in the way of the movement? Or is it somebody who inserts themselves into content to redirect it about themselves to slow the growth of the movement? And if it's the latter, then why aren't reactionaries called wreckers? Why aren't the apolitical drama farmers called wreckers? Why aren't white liberals called wreckers? Is it only marginalized people who are the problem in the movement? I wrote that down too. I had a lot of thoughts. So yeah. And these are actual notes about the conference that I was at. I couldn't necessarily go live while I was, you could write an article on this and it would bang. I was thinking about writing a Substack, then I realized that would be work, so I decided not to do it. I'm sure there are mixed feelings on Hassan's take from today, but I feel like he finally recognized the problem in a real way. A lot of us have been working for this for a long time. I feel like today was productive. Oh, we haven't even gotten that far yet, but I won't give my take on it until we get that far. Wait, how was the con? People were very receptive to my talk, so that was fun. And actually making a video essay again? One day I'll make a video essay. I have to quit my job first. And I'm sorry, y'all don't give me enough money to quit my job yet. I need to be at least 2,000 subs to quit my job. I did it for free. I can't even write it yet. I can't script it yet. Appreciate waiting for Sean to take on my take. What did you say, Nice Bathroom? Dude, no one ever attacked Charlie Kirk on his whiteness, but when it's black conservative, the permission structure evolves. True. Honestly, like you kind of saw when like Charlie Kirk died, right? Like you even saw like leftists who like were doing this like pseudo rehabilitation of him. Not all the people. I will say that like chat very clearly was just like this guy sucked and he was bad. But you did see people who were like, and this is what also frustrated me. It don't even 80K don't even I'm gonna hold my tongue. But you had like I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm not even gonna say. I said my piece last month when it happened. I won't speak on that anymore. We're on the same page. I gotta say, I still take white online leftists do the same thing white coworkers do when they hear about something new in black culture. They get excited, run off with it, spam it without context, co-opt it, and then get bad when they're told they're wrong. True. This is correct. They do that, indeed. Right. I think that's more of a consequence of like the Twitch culture as opposed to the consequence of their whiteness. I need food. I need to order my food. So I'm gonna let this play. I had to be you, Sean, but this needed to happen. I mean, honestly, there's no one else in my position. You feel me? Like, I just think about it. Who else could potentially spark this conversation? If it was anybody else, any other black or brown person, trans person, queer person, right? Do you think that they would have been taken seriously? We live with the critiques. Maybe Caroline. I'll give you that one. Right? You foreign and FD, that's it. Nah, even foreign. Because foreign's gonna drop a video on Friday about like a similar concept that what we're talking about here. You know what I mean? I don't think he'd be taking it seriously either. I think he would be put in the box of like record as well. So if I started the stream, it mentioned this. Can you not repost it? Because your logs don't go up that far. You have a lot of logs. So many logs. Just remember that we need to be throwing softballs in order for him to slow down and shoot up to be serious. From would be Hassan's chat stopping people verbally. He ain't got no patience. Yeah. Honestly, I think it needed to be somebody in the community. I do. I think it needs to be somebody within the community for it to be taken seriously. That's why I don't think FD would have worked. And I will say, this is what also pisses me off. I don't like people using Christian Divine or other random black TikTokers who are defending Hassan as validation for why Hassan is right, while simultaneously shitting on separate black TikTokers who are shitting on Hassan, right? Because it feels like they're finding a black voice that agrees with them, and they're like, see, this black person agrees with me, so therefore I must be right, and all these other black people are fucking wreckers. And I don't like that. I don't like that, and I don't appreciate that. I don't. I'm not saying the people who were criticizing us on TikTok were correct or right. Right? I'm sure there are a lot of stupid people who are doing that. Right? But like, stop trying to like find your black person to agree with you, for you to be like, see guys, look, Hassan's not racist. This black person said so. You know what I mean? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Right? You can. First of all, if you are a white person, maybe check out of the conversation. Right? People like love to laugh at like 2020 style, like holding space style, wokeness. But like, at least then those white people learned how to take a step back and listen. You know what I mean? Just take a step back and maybe realize, hey, maybe this is not a conversation for me. And it feels weird looking at the chat and seeing a bunch of what are ostensibly white people telling Hassan how not racist he is. I think it's weird. I think it's weird. Right? It's only superseded by how weird it is for black people to be like, by the way, Hassan, I'm black and I don't think you're racist. I hear your critique about how marginalized are treated, but mainly what I hear is that Hassan's audience doesn't visit smaller creators. Is there something that to be said about smaller content creators doing collabs with normies to grow an organic audience that way? Do you think Hassan growing an organic audience by collabing with normies, Chatter? You think it's a skill issue for why marginalized creators aren't growing on the platform? Marginalized creators don't grow on the platform when they're not political. They're not. They don't. That's just not a thing. There are barriers to growing on the platform for like non-political black people, non-political trans people. There just is. You feel me? Add being political on top of that, and you're like repulsive. You feel me? Hassan is as large as he is due to a combination of his own hard work. He's conventionally attractive, And he got very lucky by joining Twitch when he did. Right? Those were the three things that led to Hassan being Hassan. He was a white or white passing, depending on how you want to describe it, conventionally attractive man, right? Who put in a lot of work and effort and joined Twitch when it was like, he bought it when it was low. He joined it when it was at a growing stage. You feel me? Is it? If he also has a good base of knowledge. I mean, that's true, but like that's like I put that in like his own hard work section. I can see yourself doing a collab with Your Rage or other younger black content creators. I mean, potentially, but like I don't think you understand how difficult it is to get in those rooms. I'm trying, right? This is where I differ with a lot of the other political content creators. That I don't disagree with you, Chatter, and that is a mechanism that could exist for growth. And I'm trying. I am, but it's hard. It's hard. It is a hard thing to do. It's not easy. Right? But even despite all of that, I shouldn't have to go out of my way to find a black audience because that won't change the fact that Hassan's audience is overwhelmingly white. Right? So that audience is just going to lose all black coverage. Right? That needs to be rectified regardless. And it doesn't need to be me. I don't even think Hassan should bring me on. I don't think it will achieve what like any of us want for it to achieve. You feel me? But that still needs to be rectified. If it's not me, it got to be somebody else. Because that audience needs to hear that perspective. The problem has been that they have not heard this perspective. Right? But yeah, I mean, theoretically speaking, I should be doing normie outreach and reaching out to like normie content creators, which I have. Collaborations coming soon potentially. Right? But I will say that like it's like a catch-22. Hassan gets to do those collaborations with normies because Hassan is large enough where like it's still worthwhile despite the hate. Does that make sense? Like take any black content creator, any content creator at all. What would they benefit by collabing with me? They would get my haters, right? They're already larger than I am, so that wouldn't help them. What benefit would that be? Does that make sense? But for Hassan, yeah, you may get Hassan haters, but like Hassan has 30,000 people. So like if you have 5,000 people, you up. You are up. And so Hassan gets to be in these spaces because his number justifies him being in these spaces. Even if he's not friends with these people, like Ludwig said. Sorry. I gotta throw a Ludwig jab in there. Why not? You feel me? Why not? you're more than just your viewers, and you don't only talk about politics. Nobody's more than just their viewers, chat. Did you not see the Ludwig conversation? That's not a jab. That's not a jab. That's an actual like reference. Like, you not see what Brooke AB was tweeting? Streamers be fake. Brooke was literally tweeting yesterday or 2 days ago about how when she lost 90% of her viewers, the sponsors left, her supposed friends left, right? The collaborations left, right? So the streaming space treats you by your viewer count and how many numbers you have. Who? Just look up Brooke AB on Twitter. You guys are streaming. Who did you say? Brooke AB. BROOKKE AB. Yeah, I spelled it right. I spelled it correctly. Right? It's sad. It's actually sad. Hey, if Brooke wants to collab with me, this is an open invitation. I don't know if she's in LA. Right? I'll be your friend. I'll be your real friend. Yeah, that's just how the space works. It's how much you can provide to other people. Oh yeah, now y'all can hear the Chatterito pings. I've been hearing that the entire stream. I'm definitely very aware of systemic racism / white supremacy is a big problem. Vajira-san has moments where he comes off as racist, and there are many other the labels. As your viewers, will you be my friend? It depends. Are you chill? Are you cool? I've been hearing it too. It keeps throwing me off. Y'all can play RV there yet. I've seen that other streamers playing that game. I have no idea what it is. I'm literally down. Like, I'm being serious. I do want to try to do more collaborations with people in the space that I'm in right now, but also in other spaces too. Right? So if Brooke wants to do a collaboration, like I'll play the RV game with her. Right? I don't know if I'm clouded enough, but that's how I feel. Which is a gaming site and Turbo Nerds care for that most of all. That's true. Trying to NP collab win. I don't think Nick is streaming. If I'm being entirely real, I don't think he's streaming right now. Let me see. I mean, if okay, that's what I'll say. If Maya will still have me, I'm fine with going to Alveus. I'll be down for that. And if I go to Texas, I'll collaborate with Tevin. I'll collaborate with Wake. I don't know who else is in Texas that I will collaborate with. But, you know, I'll do whatever. I'm going to be real. I'll do whatever. My team, the Celtics, lost. But seeing Sean here is great. Hello. Do drag with Emeru. I don't think I'm clouded enough for Emeru. Honestly. What animal would you be most stoked to see? Georgie. Imagine your cloud with NFP just gave you a headache. The climb, brother, the climb. Would you play Dota with me? I would play League of Legends. The frog? Of course, the frog. Yes. Stompy would be cool too. Winnie would be sick. What about I might get to see some wolves? Will I play No Man's Sky with me? I don't know. That's up to you, Chatter. Okay, but would you do the accent? I can't do an accent. I'd have to practice that, bro. Us doesn't collab with Jarvis. I'll collab with Jarvis too. What do I need to do? Is Jarvis in LA still? Are you doing? Is Sad Boys still happening? Is it still filmed in LA? Would you collab with Oyemi? Chatter, that's okay. You've named. This is the first person that I literally cannot collab with. So I'm so sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm not gonna. We won't get into it. We won't get into it. I think I'm still blocked, but it's fine. It's fine. The part of you, it says that you made on 36, and there's enough learned from you and your experience. The saying that you have said as a black man, you're a good man. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you, Admitted Flunky. Much appreciated. Thanks for being here. I hate not knowing the lore. Yeah. That's rough. That's rough. Since this convo as an Arab, it rubbed me the wrong way how many white voices are centered on Palestine as a means to appeal to white people. Better it felt. To be clear, though, Hassan is the only consistent voice in Palestine. And since I've been on Twitch, the feedback, so this feedback is out of love. No, I agree with you. I completely understand that. Right? I completely get that. Right? And it is frustrating. For sure. Bro, what is happening down there? You wouldn't believe it, but there's a lot of white people down there. That's so many white people. I knew it. Run? No, I'm safe up here. Did you order your food? No, I didn't. Okay. Stop distracting me. Stop distracting me. We're gonna play this while I order my food.
Personally, understand to be a black person in America. This is something that I'm pretty open about, right? As a black man in this community, chatters are fatiguing me. They do not remember your 2018 to 2021 protest coverage. I mean, it's not even just that. It's like I have always.
I also think that okay. Sorry, I have to pause it again. That's kind of funny to be like, bro, why are chatters saying you're racist? Didn't you cover black people during 2020? Like again, I don't think Assad is racist, but that is a bad argument. That is not a good argument. Please defend Hassan better. I beg of you. I laughed when I heard it. Let's see. What should I eat for room service, chat? Dinner. Wagyu sliders. Classic cheeseburger. Beef short rib. I'm not eating clam, so that's out of the question. Wagyu sliders are goated. Order some water. Those sliders are always overcooked. You don't want that for Wagyu. That is also the most expensive thing that I've seen on here. I can just go to classic cheeseburger. Denver clam sounds not great. Yeah. Hey, chat, where you at? Where can you answer my question? McDonald's. McDonald's is BDS. That's what your conference and speech was about. I can tell you. Yesterday, well, no, this morning, I spoke on daily life of influencers and advocates. And then I spoke on campaign case study and platform matching. This is what they were called. You know what? I'm getting a freaking burger. Well, how do I order this? Wait, okay. I have to text this number. Wait, this phone's not even on. I need to use that phone. All right, chat. My camera is turning off. I am so sorry. You can still hear me though. Here. We're gonna play it.
I've always like, and forever. It's not. This is not something that I'm doing. This is not something that I'm doing as like checking a box, right? It's just it is an ongoing injustice, and therefore, it deserves coverage. And at most, what I can do is talk about my own personal experiences with.
All right.
Talk about my own personal experiences with marginalization as someone who is white, but also at the same time is not necessarily always perceived as white. As FD Signifier would say, not white, not black, somewhere in between, spicy white. Somewhere in between, spicy white.
Funniest part of this entire VOD. Rose said FD Black. That's my new name, chat. You may now only refer to me as FD Black. Trying to like FD Signifier fusion like Gogeta. True. You can go behind your names. I know. That's so funny. Hello, FD Black. Oh my goodness, can y'all stop talking about Mike? I beg of you. Please. Please, we're talking about FD Black. We're gonna get to the Mike stuff on Sunday. Wait, what's today's date? Yeah, probably Sunday. I love it how it said, hey, text this number for room service. And I'm like, hey, I would like to order room service. Nothing, no response. What am I, chopped liver? Please, I need food. Please, I'm hungry. Don't make me call them on the phone, I beg of you. I beg of you. Should I get a dessert too? Chat, if I get the subs, I get a dessert. Never mind, it's $12. That's insanity. I'm just gonna get me a cheeseburger. They don't have cheesecake. They have one dessert. Well, two. It's either I get freshly baked chocolate chip cookies or butter cake. I will get cookies. Why they no answer my text? I want room service. Should I just type in what I want? Will they just know? Please don't make me call them. I don't like calling people. Call them? No. But I want food. Why can't I just DoorDash? It's so much easier. You know what? Whatever. Okay, whatever. I'll turn my microphone off so I can call these people, I guess. Y'all enjoy the VOD as it plays.
As a black man in this community, chatters are fatiguing me. They do not remember your 2018 to 2021 protest coverage. I mean, it's not even just that. It's like I have always talked about black issues, always, like, and forever. It's not. This is not something that I'm doing. This is not something that I'm doing as like checking a box, right? It's just it is an ongoing injustice, and therefore, it deserves coverage. And at most, what I can do is talk about my own personal experiences with.
All right.
Talk about my own personal experiences with marginalization as someone who is white, but also at the same time is not necessarily always perceived as white. As FD Signifier would say, not white, not black, somewhere in between, spicy white. Right? FD Black. Spicy white. Somewhere in between. Because you have black people, you have white people, you have white people, and then you have spicy white people. Right? So, I saw a TikTok of some haters saying you're racist and looks like you struggle to not say the N-word. Meanwhile, go to your stream and you're chilling and having fun with the Crash Dummies boys. These guys try to make up shit constantly about you. So obvious they're hard to reach. No, this is like I said, this is one of the limitations of the medium, because no matter what something looks like, if you were to see it, all the time. If you were in here, okay, if you were to spend a decent amount of time in here, you get a pretty good understanding of what I'm about. You get a pretty good understanding of what I believe. You get a pretty good understanding of what I advocate for, right? But most people are not going to do that. Who the fuck is going to go on? Who the fuck?
Ah. Hold on, chat. Hold on. I'm trying to figure out how to set it back to use my phone again. Wait, AirPlay. No, that's screen mirroring. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, wait, how do I fix this? Well, chat, I don't remember how I got my camera working before. It just started working, I guess. It was just like, hey, do you want to use your iPhone as a camera? I'm like, sure. That's so weird. I'm just a black screen now. Man, we're doing so well too. Why is it not working? Please. Okay, if I try this. Wait, maybe it actually does need to be mounted somewhere. Like this. Nope. Also doesn't work. That's cool. Love that. Love that indeed. Hold. Okay, I figured out what the issue was. Okay. Did that fix it? It did. Perfect. Now I can just do this. And I'm good. We are so back. We are so back indeed. We're back like we've never been back before. Um, let's continue.
Who the fuck is going to go on Twitch, watch for 8 hours or 7, okay, with the hopes that maybe they arrive organically at a time when I am sincerely talking about white supremacy, racism, issues that pertain to black people? right?
It smells like oxygen.
I think the most valid points that come from not only just black chatters in general, but just like all chatters that come from a POC background, is that there is, in predominantly white spaces like this one, there is an attitude overall that anytime a black or brown person says something that is like, I don't feel safe here, even if it is a little bit, even if it is you know, a little bit, what is the word? Not overbearing, but like exaggerated, right? It's real to you, and people in the chat automatically go, this is woke radlib shit, okay? And it is partially because of how I respond at times, including in the Sudan clip. Because I do think someone trying
It's
to
true.
slam in standpoint theory and then cynically using the ethnic cleansing of Sudan as a own in an argument is cynical. Okay? That is cynical. But not all of the concerns are coming from a ridiculous place where people are simply crying. Okay? That's it.
I still okay. Maybe this should be. I still don't fully know if it's cynical. It could be genuinely. It could be. It could also be a chatter who is angry about Hassan's coverage or lack of coverage of black issues as a whole and how he goes about doing that. That is also a possibility for how the chatter reacted, right? I don't think we're ever really going to know whether or not that specific chatter was genuine. You know what I mean? I don't think we're ever going to know that. But we can't always assume that those people are always disingenuous because it creates a culture of like fear of speaking out. It creates a culture of, does it matter though? I mean, not particularly, not to me, right? If the chatter was black or not. I mean, I don't think that's what's up for argument. I don't think it's up for argument whether or not the chatter is black or is not black. I think that the question is like whether the chatter was sincere in bringing up Sudan when they did. And I can imagine a world where they could be, and Hassan can imagine a world where they could be. That's not the main point. And I also don't think that's going to ever get to the root of what the issue actually is. But I think regardless of whether or not the chatter was sincere or not sincere, or insincere is actually the word, right? Whether or not the chatter was sincere or insincere, I think that we can't have this attitude that all the chatters are always insincere. You know what I mean?
That's it. That's what it of. There are a lot of people, and this is, like I said, a predominantly white space, coming from a ridiculous place where people are simply crying. Okay? That's it. That's what it is. There are a lot of people, and this is, like I said, a predominantly white space.
I was just saying argument months ago, why can Hassan hear out a hog and not hear out a black chatter? I think it's primarily due to his idea of, or like how he views like black people as a whole, right? In that I think it's the way that like white people generally view black people as like more woke inherently due to their positionality, due to like being black. So like when Hassan comes across a black chatter and they have discontent, right? It's a lot easier to put them in the box of like, oh, well, you're already supposed to know this kind of stuff, right? So you must only be interrupting what I'm doing here because you were trying to get in the way of that, right? And what it does is it slightly mythologizes black people. It right, I had the word earlier. Monolithizes, makes as a monolith. Monolithizes. Yeah, it monolithizes black people to only being able to express, right, either discontent or content in one specific way, or they must be disingenuous, right? I think it's one avenue you can look through it. Or homogenizes, that also works. I like my word better, personally. You know what I mean? I think it could be that, right? Because Hassan knows if a hog, he expects hogs to come in with hog-like opinions, right? He expects a hog to come in, a white racist person to come in and be racist. That is what Hassan expects. He has that expectation. You know what I mean? He has that expectation. And so when that happens, he knows how to deal with that. Right? But when it comes to dealing with a black person showing their discontent, right? That just doesn't happen as often. And so I don't think Hassan has the muscles practice to be able to navigate that situation perfectly, and he oftentimes slips up. Right? But you never really think about the times where he does navigate that situation well. You know what I mean? Like you don't think about the times where Hassan has a good interaction with a black person, you know? It only sticks out when it goes poorly. Does that make sense? And so combined with the fact that like those interactions don't happen, you know, so often that it becomes normalcy, with the fact that it goes, it turns out poorly relatively frequently at a high frequency, then it's like an issue. Because remember when Hassan was in DC doing his speech and there was a Sudanese fan shouting "Free Sudan" and every chatter in Hassan's chat that they were fed? I don't remember that actually. Or they read my comments about how mentioning white supremacy is more often. Wait, with mentioning white supremacy more often is helpful for educating new people, but he was in the middle of being offensive. Like the other chatter called me white supremacist, so I didn't get through to him. Yeah, yeah. And I can understand being defensive, being frustrating, or being frustrated. Right? I just think Hassan just needs to do a little bit of a better job parsing through what is good faith and what is not. And I don't think that that's unfair. Because we have instant shareability for some of the worst people. Yeah, but you have to understand, Chatter, that shareability comes from Hassan's goal in changing their minds, right? I don't know if Hassan has that same goal for like rad lib black chatters or black TikTokers. I think he should, right? But he's able to offer that charitability to like racist white people and like the Nazis and the white supremacists and the transphobes and the bigots, right? Because his goal is to convert them into not being that, which is is a noble goal. I think that somebody needs to do it. I think that's an important thing to do, but it's not necessarily Hassan's goal to do that for like black liberals, right? It's not his goal to convert black liberals into black leftists, you know? Like, it's not even necessarily his goal to convert black conservatives into black leftists. You know? It's not. His goal was to convert, essentially, young, edgy, racist white kids into being a little bit less edgy, racist white kids. And that's how the chat ends up being and looking the way that it does look. Right? Because the chat's not only overwhelmingly white, the chat is disproportionately less black. Black people are disproportionately underrepresented in the chat. And you can go back and look at the census for this. You know? And so there has to be some explanation as to why that is. Why does it seem like Hassan and his content in the community doesn't have the same doesn't have the same foothold that they used to, or that they should, for black chatters? The only demographic that hasn't grown, right, and has consistently shrunk from 2020 is the black chatter base. Right? It was the highest as it was when the census started in 2020, and it has steadily been getting smaller and smaller. And now it's sitting at like 8%. Right? And I think that's kind of reflective of Hassan's overarching goal and his focus. His focus is not the conversion of black people being less reactionary. The focus is on normalcy, right? It's on white people. Yeah, 2024 demographics polls got me really worried. Yeah, here. I don't know if I can show this on. How do I show this? Let me try this. Chrome. Why is everything Chrome? Here. Let's see. Wait, how do I show this? Oh. Wait, that's not it. Hello, I will look at that in a second. Here, this will have to do, because I know this is not how it's supposed to be done. Like here. Right? To be fair, June 2020,
Oh my God,
it was like 7.83% black. And then it hit like 9.7 in December 2020. So the end of the year, it was 9.71%. Right? And then since then, for 2021, it went down to 8.38, then to 6.91, then to 7. It went up a little bit to 7.35, then up to 7.8, and then down to 7.03.
Admitted flunky just subscribed. My brother.
So I guess technically, like, Asian Pacific Islander followed a similar-ish trend. But like white chatters have steadily grown. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Sub to user _lurking.
Oh my goodness.
They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Sorry, my the alert box is just going crazy. But yeah. Anyway. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, stop. Okay. Are you done? Are you done? Anyway. It was going crazy in my ear. And it's so behind. So I would have been hearing that for years. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Let's continue.
Right? There are a lot of people in here that hear me say that and then think that it fits every single issue.
Yeah. Remember
If
that.
there
This is
are
important.
people
So.
in this community bearing, but like exaggerated, right? It's real to you, and people in the chat automatically go, "This is woke radlib shit," okay? And it is partially because of how I respond at times, including in the Sudan clip, because I do think someone trying to slam in standpoint theory and then cynically using the ethnic cleansing of Sudan as a own in an argument is cynical. Okay? That is cynical. But not all of the concerns are coming from a ridiculous place where people are simply crying. Okay? That's it.
What is
That's what it
standpoint
is.
theory?
There are a lot
Actually,
of
I'll let it play.
there are a lot of people, and this is like I said, a predominantly white space, right? There are a lot of people in here that hear me say that and then think that it fits every single issue. If there are people in this community, including longtime fans like Sean the Black or moderators of mine that are black
me.
themselves, like Nice Bathroom, and they also are highlighting the problems that a lot of prominent black chatters are highlighting, then that means that there is a real issue. Okay? It is. There is. And I think a lot of people are, they're not as like clip baited, like, but people do come in here and they spend a little bit of time in here, and maybe they hear me go, dude, stop with this woke nonsense or whatever in a moment, and that's their takeaway, where they're like, oh yeah, this is how we handle anytime a black person brings up a concern, and that's not appropriate. Okay? And this is an important issue to solve, because while on the one hand there are people who cynically weaponize identity to derail conversations, there are also instances where the concerns are valid. Okay?
Yeah, and so I honestly I can't really read the chat right now because it's like a little bit over here. Let me see, 5350. Let me go to my second tab because I do kind of want to see what the chat is saying. Okay, I want to highlight this chatter as well because like this is the chatter that I've had consistent issues with doing this. Because like Hassan is literally, how can I show this? Hassan is literally addressing what so many people, again, not just me, not just Nice Bathroom, right? But what so many people have felt, right, for so long. Hassan is finally giving a little bit of airtime. Okay, there's no way I'm going to be able to open this up. Okay, let me see. This is 53 minutes and 50. I gotta go on this computer. Don't ask me why it's my computer setup is so weird. Um, but there's a specific comment that I wanna show. Here, I found it. Because they just don't understand it. They just don't get it. Pictures, screenshots. Is this? It says, if you can't read it, they just want black content creators to be more popular, but you can't manage that at Hasanabi. I'm POC, by the way, before people say I'm white. One, I'm POC, red flag. Say you're black, and if you're not black, shut the fuck up. Number two, that is like Hassan is in the middle of validating the anger that so many people feel, right? Not just me, right? Not just Nice Bathroom, but so many, not just black chatters, so many trans chatters, so many disabled chatters, right? So many women chatters have felt about this space that has felt like a apple pie fraternity house at times. You know what I mean? And the idea that's like, oh no, these black people, these black people are self-serving. They're self-serving, Hassan. Don't worry about them. They only want to bolster their own reputation. They only want to become super clouded up and they're using you for their clout or whatever. Like, no. Again, this is not about me. It's not about me. Right? If anything, it's about me as a chatter. It's not about me as a streamer. If I was a chatter, I would have left the community a long time ago. Did you know that Jojen was the guy who forced his wife to ask Hassan to unban him? Stop. Stop. That's okay. I'm not gonna make a judgment on that. um, is that true? Did Nice Bathroom just say Jojen was a she? I mean, she could have a wife too. And maybe the chatter just got the pronouns mixed up, missed the S, or you know what I mean. That's still absolutely insane if that's the case. We don't assume the gender. It's irrelevant. Yeah. I could be wrong. That's why I've gotten asked for saying this. Regardless, right? The point is not even about the specific chatter, but like, it's because didn't I just tell you this, chat? Didn't I say this earlier? And I saw everybody being like, question mark, question mark. What? People are actually saying this? When I told you there are legitimately chatters who think that I'm starting beef with Hassan to specifically get on Hassan's stream just to get clout from him. You know what I mean? And this is like in that same vein. Right? That somehow like all of the black people in this space who have an issue are just completely self-serving, and their entire goal is not to make the space safer for everybody involved, but they have an ulterior motive to like siphon away viewers from Hassan and take Hassan down and get Hassan banned so that all of his viewers disseminate on to the rest of us who are just waiting there maniacally, just, you know, wagging our fingers at him. You know, you feel me? Like, it's insane. That's it. That's it. Also, Chatter, you're coming in here and your like, second message is already starting shit. Like, we're not talking about Jax. No one here is talking about Jax. We are talking about the community. We are talking about community members. Jax is not a community member. Jax is not watching the streams. We are talking about people who are long-term community subs who are having these issues. That's who we're talking about. This is a completely internal conversation by the way that Hassan is operating and how that emboldens the shitty behavior from the chat. And you have Hassan who is here saying like, yes, this chat does have a problem. This chat does have an issue with dogpiling on any black person, right, that they see that has a criticism. And both you and this chatter is just like, well, no, Hassan, I know that you are acknowledging that harm is caused right now, but have you considered that actually you are actually incorrect and wrong for acknowledging any harm? You shouldn't even apologize to these people because actually they have an ulterior motive. Like Hassan is literally trying to sweep up the house right now. I'm gonna take this not assume my position. You know what? Fuck off. I'm tired of dealing with you. I am. I am. You're literally only here to cause problems. That's it. That's literally your only role. Is just to come in and just start shit and cause problems. Not to listen, not to learn, not to engage. This is like the fourth time. Like you were literally in this 3 hour and 30-minute stream, the only person who brought up Jax. A completely separate conversation, not even relevant to the discussion, where Hassan is admitting that there is an issue in this space. And you're like, oh, well, actually, what about this drama? Let me bring up the drama. And you're expecting me to operate like you were in good faith. It wasn't productive. It was misunderstanding what I was saying, addressing this chatter, being like, this is like no one here wants just black content creators to become more popular. You're like, well, actually, Jax does. Jax wants to deplatform him. Jax said that she wants him gone. how was that at all relevant? And you can put that in your unban request, right? How was that at all relevant to the discussion we're having now? What does that have to do with me? What does that have to do with Hassan acknowledging the harm the community has? And why did you bring it up? Because I just cannot find any reason for you to bring her up in this situation, except for starting shit. It just doesn't make any sense. Genuinely. Honestly, this is what the problem is. I think some people, right, just go out of their way to try to redirect any good faith critique and growth this space could go through away from that actual growth. It's like, oh, we're having a good conversation where Hassan is actually listening to people, right? And the chat may learn from this. Let me just start flinging shit everywhere. Let me just start shit slinging, right? Because that would be productive, I'm sure.
Highlighting the problems that a lot of prominent black chatters are highlighting, then that means that there is a real issue. Okay? It is. There is. And I think a lot of people are, they're not as like clip baited, like, but people do come in here and they spend a little bit of time in here, and maybe they hear me go, dude, stop with this woke nonsense or whatever in a moment. And that's their takeaway, where they're like, oh, yeah, this is how we handle anytime. This is how we handle anytime a black person brings up a concern. And that's not appropriate. Okay? And this is an important issue to solve. Because while on the one hand, there are people who cynically weaponize identity to derail conversations, there are also instances where the concerns are valid. Okay? And you have to go through it on an individual basis. And unfortunately, a lot of white people are very, no pun intended, black or white on this, where they just go, nope, I'm done. They sometimes go in the opposite direction as well, and they do the most annoying thing possible, even though sometimes it's valid, which is like the whole aesthetic, almost fetishized, otherized version of like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for my ancestors and their contributions to chattel slavery. It's like, you're going overboard. Calm the fuck down. There are a lot of white people who do that as well, right? That's why I always say, be fucking normal. Be fucking normal. All right? Nice bathroom. You still don't.
Is popular to dislike Hassan at the moment? What do you mean? Doesn't a white person do that? I mean, he's still referring to like 2020 era, like kente cloth, freaking like, let me wash your feet, white people. I mean, they don't exist anymore, as we've spoken about. It's not 2020 anymore. But I think people are still, like we're seeing the pendulum swing the other way. Like, cause I mean, obviously they were annoying, but like, now people are acting like that was like the height of like the worst thing in the world. Like people are acting like those like liberal white people who are like, you know, kind of cringy, overcorrecting, are like worse than like the Nazis now. They're like, whoa, I'm so glad we can go back to saying the R slur now because we're done with all this woke nonsense. You know what I mean? That's how like even like leftists are acting. right? It's like what a freaking stable Ronaldo said on his stream that we looked at a few weeks ago, right? Where he was like, see, it's not 2020 anymore, you know? Y'all don't have any power anymore, right? Because it's important to recognize that, like, they're not incorrect, right? Woke lost, but woke only lost because people gave up the fight. You feel me? Woke only lost because leftists thought it was over and not worth engaging with anymore, right? They sold out these communities. They were like, hey, it was cool to say BLM, and now it's no longer cool, it's cringe. So good luck, black people. We'll see y'all when you know, keep dying to the police or something. You know? So woke doesn't work when it's performative activism. People either need to really get down with the cause or they need to join a fascist regime, in its opinion. You mean an anti-fascist regime? Wait, that wouldn't make any sense. I'm confused. Yeah, I'm confused.
Through him, you still don't. General. Okay, Gizmo, calm down. That was the first comment I saw from the mod team. Okay, Jesus Christ. Yes, I have a bunch of black moderators. Of course, this is a fairly diverse community, even though it's overwhelmingly white. America's overwhelmingly white.
And I will say on that point, just because I do have something to say on that point, because I have something to say on every point. I feel that if you have a left wing space that is your leftist space should not be directly analogous to the demographics of America. Right? I would expect a leftist base to be overrepresented with marginalized people and underrepresented with cishet straight white men. You know what I mean? That is my first expectation. Now, I'm not saying that would always be the case. I'm back. Got my food. What did I miss? Yo, Ryzen, thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. I got all love. I appreciate all. Oh, this is hot. All the love. I got a. What is this called? I don't remember. Room service. I do remember. Yeah. The room service delivery person was very nice. And that is all that I will say on stream. Ooh! Okay, chat, you gotta see this. Can y'all see this? Can you see it? Can you see it? It's Parmesan fries. Parmesan truffle fries. Anyway, sorry, Raiders. You got me at a bad time. we're watching Hassan acknowledge the problems in the space. It's good. I haven't looked at the burger yet. It's warm. Also, it was like $8. So like, honestly, not bad for $8. Oh, hot. House communities are overwhelmingly marginalized. Even though 80% or 60% are white, the vast majority of them are marginalized in some other way. They're not all cishet white men. Those are a lot minority. Sure. And then one must ask, why are other forms of marginalization overrepresented in Hassan's chat, but racial marginalization is underrepresented? You know? I don't know, something to think about. I don't think it's necessarily particularly relevant, but it is something to think about. So yeah, let's continue.
Black issues, people will say stay out of black business. If you spend more time on other issues, you get yelled at for not caring enough. I, as a black woman, appreciate the variety because it doesn't feel disingenuous. No, of course, I'm not going to.
I also don't. I think okay. I think this is a mischaracterization of what people say, right? There's not like a large swath of people who are like seriously being like, stay out of black people's business, right? Like in jest, Hassan will be like, oh, Nicki Minaj, and people will be like, oh, you know, that's kind of black people's business. I don't know if you just talk about that or whatever. But like if Hassan's talking about like, you know, like police brutality, you know, or like something that like legitimately has like ramifications of black people are not sitting there being like, hey, you can't cover this because you're white. You feel me? That's not a thing. Just because you don't say that doesn't mean others don't. No, they don't. Chatter, I'm sorry, they don't. They do not. Even for the Sudan clip, the chatter didn't say, don't talk about black people's issues. They say, hey, you only seem to talk about black people's issues when it has to do with voting. And if you're going to do that, then I don't want to see you cover our issues. You don't have like the massive amount of the 8% black chatters to be like, oh, actually, you're covering police brutality? Sorry, Sweaty, this is black people's business. You can't cover that. You know? You don't see Hassan covering Sudan being like, oh, I'm sorry, Hassan. This is actually black people's business. You can't cover that. At the very, very most, black people's business as a phrase is only brought up when it's about pop culture, you know, pop culture situations or conversations about black people. And that shouldn't be the only time Hassan is talking about black people in the first place. It shouldn't. Like black people should be spoken about when it comes to, and it pertains to real issues that affect their lives. And when Hassan does cover it in that way, I don't think, again, I don't see the totality of Hassan's coverage, just 80% of it. I don't think you have large amounts of black people who are like, I'm sorry, Sweaty, you can't talk about Kamala Harris because it's black people's business. Is what you believe me I disagree? Prove it. Right now, chatter. Prove it. Prove it. Make a claim. Stand behind it. Say black chatters say stay out of black people's business all the time. You're just vaguely gesturing towards me being incorrect in some sort of way without actually standing behind a claim that you made. I don't think my messages. How do you expect me to prove that chatters don't say that? It's up to you to prove that. I'm not trying to speak for other people. If you're not going to try to disprove me, then don't sit here and act like I am incorrect. It is up for you. The onus of proof is on you to prove the thing that you are saying. You are making the claim that black chatters are spamming Hassan with the saying, stay out of black people's business. And I'm making the claim that I do not think that it is happening wide enough and is indicative enough of the behavior of black chatters as a whole. I've been on for 2 and 3 years about pop culture only. Yeah, and even then, those chatters are joking. I don't think that chatters who are in the community are like, seriously, by and large, like, Hassan, I'm begging and pleading with you, do not talk about this. They're memeing. It's a meme. It is an old meme. I don't know why we are all trying to pretend like this is like, you know, like a wide sweeping assertion that like black people are just sitting in Hassan's chat, waiting for him to say the word black, and then are just like, black people's business, black people's business, black people's business. And he's respecting my Haitian staying out of black people's business. That's Anonymous the Gifter. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Much appreciated. One of our favorite streams this year was him covering the incarcerated firefighters with Cali with Caroline. Majority black and brown men. They were humanized by the audience, which highlighted issues of the current carceral system and discussing abolition. Yeah. Should I respond? No.
To change the coverage. I don't ever do that. As a matter of fact, this entire problem began because I treat everyone with the same smoke that I have.
I'm sorry. I just do not believe that like the majority of the black Hassan watching community refuses to let Hassan speak on black issues. I don't. I don't. I do not believe that. He's saying that? No, a chatter said that. Chatter was like, I'm a black woman and I don't know why people are getting mad at you because they always say, don't talk about black people's business. It's spicy. I have a nondescript drink from a nondescript company. It's not a Coke, to be fair. I think the biggest problem is, as I've watched more streamers other than other smaller streamers, started reason to step back and redirect his audience to people more knowledgeable to the multitude of issues that he could cover on his stream. Yet will be dismissive when people point that out to him and his ilk. I mean, yeah. And again, I understand why Hassan doesn't like directly promote people or shout people out or whatever. Like we talked about that consistently, right? But it puts Hassan in this position where like he can't shout people out because of his haters, right? He can't cover everything because he's a one person, and the issues that he knows about the least are what falls through the cracks, and those issues are the issues that are about the humanity of marginalized people. You know, and so his audience, which is overwhelmingly white, right, are missing out on the perspectives that they need to be hearing for those three reasons. You know? And so what the solution to that is, I don't know. I don't have a direct answer for how do we fix this issue. You know, because Hassan's haters are not going to stop being his haters. And so the issue about like, does he promote smaller creators is still going to be an issue. You feel me? And his audience is not going anywhere. They're going to stick with Hassan. And so they're going to still be in their own, you know, separate worldview, their separate positionality. Does his audience matter though? Yes. Yes. He has 3 million followers. He has tens of thousands of people watching him live and hundreds of thousands of people coming in daily. That audience missing the perspective of marginalized people is damaging. Not only damaging to the wider society, but it's damaging to the left specifically. They need to hear from marginalized people. Because if they don't, that's how you get situations where white leftists end up being white leftists, right? Where they end up perpetuating misogyny, right? Perpetuating white supremacy. You feel me? Perpetuating transphobia. So, like, his audience does matter. Even if every single marginalized streamer was like, okay, we're going to go our own separate way and craft our own audience, there would still be 30,000 concurrent people, 3 million followers who are watching Hassan and only watching Hassan. And the problem will still exist. Right? It would happen if I was at Hassan's position, if it was me and Hassan at 30,000 people watching. The problem would still exist. Also, let's be real, Hassan often knew when he was speaking on things that it was only meant for black people to speak on. The audience doesn't dictate the conversation. And they have more, for example, maybe people like professional people who speak on these issues for a living could help, like the kind of people that would maybe have been guests on larger platforms. I mean, I don't have a solution to that, like specifically, right? Because it's Hassan's platform, and Hassan's going to use it as he so chooses. That's spicy. What was I saying? Telling you're a popular streamer? Yeah, tell them I'm working. Yeah. I forgot what I was saying. Telling you're FD Black. True.
You, Hassan, Abi Piker are overwhelmingly white as well. Exactly. Of course. Of course. Yes. I am white, guys. I agree with the crash dummies. You open yourself to being clipped because of the way you use sarcasm and the way you respond to certain things. You are sure sometimes which can look bad to people who don't know you. As a black chatter, I do believe you are an ally of the black community, but you have to do better messaging, and having more black people on the stream would help. But I understand. What you want? Telephone? Hold on. Oh. As a black chatter, I do believe you're an ally of the black community, but you have to get better messaging and having more.
Honestly, it's not even just it's not having more black people on chat that would help. I think it's not having more people on stream in general would help. But I still don't know if that would solve the issue. I'm freaking dying. My nose is stuffy. But Hassan, as we just said before, Hassan is literally one person. He's one person. Like, he literally cannot do everything. And so, as it currently stands right now, the best case scenario would be that somebody else happens to fall in a concurrent position to Hassan. And that they would then do the work that we want Hassan to do. You know? Some other streamer hits, 20,000, 30,000 concurrent viewers. And then they're able to talk about the stuff that Hassan can't cover. Right? Because, like, what else is there? Like, theoretically, the audience would go to the smaller streamers and look for those people, right? Theoretically, the audience would go for the marginalized streamers and hear what they have to say, and then that would solve the issue. But they're not moving. But they know they rather, I keep watching Hassan every day. It's comfortable. Yeah, I don't know how you fix that. Right? I don't know if there's anything Hassan can do specifically to fix that, outside of like encouragement. Right? If Hassan stops streaming tomorrow, that's 30,000 concurrent people that are gone. If Hassan gets like banned tomorrow, chat, like the rest of us will see maybe from a 100 to 1,000 viewer bump. But it's at least 25,000 people that will vanish. Right? Because they are here specifically to watch Hassan's content. I don't know how you rectify that. I don't know how you get them to care about listening to other people. I don't know how you get them to want to hear marginalized voices. Just goes to where he's streaming next. No, my point is that like if Hassan just stops streaming, right, the people stop engaging. You know? Streaming against individual discovery has always been the biggest struggle. Yeah. Let's be real, he'll probably farm the ban by posting a YouTube video and then come back if nothing happened. I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying. Right? The point is that the audience doesn't have the motivation to want to hear from the people whose issues they claim to care the most about. That's it. And the reason why I know this, and that it's not just a discoverability issue, is that I've been on Hassan's stream, Arun has been on Hassan's stream, like Brett was on Hassan's streams as well, like in the live encampment stuff, right? And it's not like we're like swimming in viewership. You feel me? Because they're comfortable where they are. As be consistent, I think. I think so as well. Right? Like, if that system were to like work as intended, it would have to be like a consistent thing. Right? But it's not necessarily like people don't know that we exist and we talk about these issues. It's more that they have not found a reason to care. And I don't know how you fix that. Right? It's like getting people to vote. People who sit on the couch and they don't vote. How do you get them to vote? There's a lot of questions there. Right? But you have to acknowledge that a third of the eligible voting population just doesn't vote. Right? Because they're comfortable. Right? How do you get them to care about that is like an entire industry where millions of dollars are poured into. And it's the same thing with this conversation. Getting people to care about marginalized people, to listen to what they have to say, it has been a struggle that civil rights activists have been fighting for the last 80 years, even further than that, but like specifically the last 80 years. Right? Black people having to fight for and try to proclaim their rights to get white people to care about them happened in the civil rights movement. Even like white liberals, white leftists, right? So I don't know. I don't know how you get people to care. People are selfish, it's rare to find people care about anyone outside their immediate demographic, sadly. I don't even agree with that, honestly. Right? Because it's not like it's like specifically like popular to like, you know, be a leftist, to proclaim the rights of like trans people. You know what I mean? In the same way that it wasn't popular to proclaim the rights of black people. Like, you arrive at that position to some degree because you care. I can't imagine that everybody there just doesn't care. Because then what are we doing here? Unfortunately, part of fighting racism is making people uncomfortable, and most people don't want to ever be uncomfortable. Yeah. And I think part of the issue is that Hassan doesn't want to make people uncomfortable. That's kind of his entire thing. His entire thing is making people comfortable. His entire thing is making like former bigots, current bigots potentially, right? Current transphobic people, current misogynistic people, current racist people comfortable so they don't like hate the left. You know what I mean? And so like I don't know where that leaves us. You feel me? I don't know where that like what do you do with that? Because uncomfortability is part and parcel with rehabilitation, you know? It's part and parcel with growth. You cannot grow unless you are uncomfortable, right? You feel me? Like when a tree sprouts, right? A sapling from an acorn, it's got to punch through the shell first. You feel me? And right now we got a bunch of small little acorns that are currently just laying on the ground unpunctured without trying to even, break through. How can you grow into the beautiful tree that you were supposed to become if you stay in your comfortability? Bro, I'm so high, you're spitting bars. And the most productive thing Hassan can do is start experiencing different changes to his streaming content and see what works, whether it's showcasing POC creators regularly or deciding or dedicating airtime to undercovered issues. The biggest missed opportunity is keeping a status quo of the stream. I mean, he used to more often. Like Hassan used to watch FD Signifier videos. Unless I'm tripping. Not like the like insanely long ones, but like the reasonably the reasonably timed videos. Right? He used to engage with that content. You know? He has more news coverage and less reacts in general. Yeah. He mainly just covers main headlines of the day. What's wrong with that? Did I say anything's wrong with that, chatter? I want you to answer me. Did I say anything was wrong with that? Is that what I said? With a lot of things going on in America. Bro, what is wrong with you people? Why are you being so antagonistic? I've not said anything was wrong with what he's doing. I literally just said, hey, he used to do this thing. And you're like, wow, you saying you fucking hate him? You saying you want him to die? I literally was just like, no, I said he used to do this thing. He doesn't really do anymore. People were like, yeah, he covers the news. What's wrong with that, actually? You see there's something wrong with covering the news? Like, what are we talking about? Just out of nowhere, just off rip, just contentious. For like no reason. Doing exactly what the problem is in the first place? Yeah. For no reason. I mean, you're being contentious too? No, I'm not. You know what? You're banned. You're banned because I asked you a question that you very clearly did not answer. And so you can fuck off. You specifically can fuck off. You thought I would forget. You thought I did not directly ask you a question. And you could just come back in like 20 minutes Like nothing happened. Nothing was the problem. Maybe if I lay low, maybe if I lay low, he won't remember that I was trying to start shit. We're trying to get clips. What clips? Clips for who? And the song calling himself white is explicit anti-blackness. Where does that come from? I don't know if I was cold by now. A little bit. He's saying that Hassan's like actually black, but he actually hides it because he's ashamed of it. That's a new one. I have never heard that one before. That's a new one. I respect that. Actually, Shadow, I'm with you. I'm with you. Hassan hiding his secret black ancestry is actually anti-blackness. I agree. I also think it's funny that chatters are coming in here and acting and saying like, well, you're actually being contentious. When Hassan, in this stream that we're watching literally right now, acknowledged the exact same problem that I literally talked about and acknowledged that it was an issue. So I don't know what you think you're doing. Genuinely. Actually, you know what? I do know what you think you're doing. You want to go stick it to the black man. That's it. They weren't listening. No, they were. No, they were. They were listening. And be contentious, where do you stand on the Mike and VL stuff? I feel like that is an inherently contentious question. If I'm going to be entirely real. Also, we're not discussing it today. That's something for Sunday. We'll see, because I'm pulling to Hassan and not talking about something that I don't know. But yeah. What was I saying? And I feel like they did listen and go, not me, so I'm good. Yeah. They listened and they were like, yo, actually, I'm racist now. Literally like that one chatter. All right, let's keep playing, because I want to get to there. I think we're like 20 minutes left.
Having more black people on stream would help. I understand you. You don't want to come off as pandering. Okay. Curious if you talked about CASB? No. Do all Turks see themselves as white? I mean, depends. If you're a Turkish person living in Europe, you probably don't see yourself as white, because whiteness is a social construct as well. Anyway, the conversations, the conversations that pertain to like the frustrations that people have, okay, about the broader community not being more responsive to demands being made by chatters who are POC, by chatters who are black, by chatters who are brown, by chatters that come from marginalized backgrounds is valid. Okay? It is. Is valid. This is one of the difficult aspects.
And I will say, like, I make a lot of jokes, but I would say I'm fair. Yeah, I yell at Hassan, but I gotta give credit where credit is due. I think he's calling out the issue that I've described. Right? And it's good. This is the problem. This is the issue. Chat needs to hear this from him. I think that, and chat needs to see him enforce it at least a single time. He needs to bring up doesn't matter, black radlib, somebody that chat thinks is a radlib. Doesn't matter what their actual position is. Somebody who the chat harps on, and like he needs to publicly be like, all right, chat, you're doing the thing that I called out before. You're getting timed out. So they can see it and be like, oh, okay, so we're not supposed to do that. Okay. Do I think it would like fix the issues inherently? Not really, no. But do I think it'll be a step in the correct direction? I hope so. Seems when he's on a podcast, he just needs to slow down so that he can be so much more responsive. I agree. Like he didn't deflect; he addressed it directly and admitted the issue and how he was responsible. Yeah. Embarrass them like they're a hog and they'll fall in line real quick. He didn't address the root thing. I mean, yeah, but like honestly, like the root thing is not like the root thing wasn't my issue, Chad. Like, yeah, we can push so that Hassan address his usage of like the root article as like a pejorative, or I can focus on trying to fix the culture of the chat. You feel me? Or I can focus on making sure the chat is not directly hostile to black and brown people. Just want people to be aware that it was racist to use the root in that way. I agree. His audience doesn't even know what the root is. I also agree with that. You know what I mean? But like, I also pick my battles. It's wrong for me to say gaming. I mean, you could say gaming. I don't know what you would refer to it, but I mean, I'm not stopping you from saying like the phrase gaming.
Aspects of building a broad coalition and building a broad community.
I will say I probably will have to go soon because I have to wake up early for a flight. But oh, geez, Louise.
Okay, that's it. And I think for a lot of people, for a lot of white people, they go, well, I got issues too. Why the fuck aren't you talking about me? In many instances when black issues come up, right? Also, I feel like there's a thing about there is a issue with the way I say black. Apparently, I didn't know that was a thing. Like apparently, I was overemphasizing.
Okay, this was the dumbest conversation. I literally had to turn the stream off when like this kept going because I'm just like, I don't think Hassan was malicious with bringing this up, but I do think bringing this up
I think bringing this up after the serious conversation about what people are actually mad about does a disservice to the wider conversation, because now the white people in chat are just like, oh, okay, this is all jokes. You know? I think it betrays the seriousness of the harm that the chat does cause. You know? I think he genuinely wanted to. I think he was just like, you know, I think he saw it, he thought it was silly, and he wanted to bring it up. But I think the way the chat takes it is just like, it's like a sandwich. It's like unseriousness to begin with, by explaining why people were mad at him for invalid reasons, and then the actual serious discussion about this is the way the chat operates and why it's bad, and then ending with an unserious discussion about the way he says black, right? And I don't have a lot of faith in the chat taking the actual serious part of that discussion to heart and understanding and internalizing that, right? In the sea of, like, you know, kind of like portraying these other things as unserious. Personally, chat has not demonstrated to me that they are capable of nuance in that way. Let me see. Of course, going to be uploading a really good video covering this whole thing with some notorious fence sitters. You definitely enjoy it. I saw it in my subreddit before it got privated. Oh. It's really correct. After this, chat focuses on the people being too sensitive. So the only thing they took from this segment was basically that this isn't a big deal. Yeah. He's going to have to bring it up and embarrass us to get to like, realize that he was serious. Yeah. I missed the subreddit. Oh, it's just r/Shonda Black. You can put stuff in there if you would like to. But yeah. I just, I think it's just portray. I think it betrays the seriousness of the previous like discussion. Oh wait.
That I didn't know was a thing at all. I didn't. You said it was some stink. That's what people were saying. I mean, I definitely stink, but I didn't say it was some stink in that way, if you know what I mean. But I can see how the way people are covering it, I can understand why some people thought it. Now, of course, that's a little crazy, because I saw people being like, "Oh, he just wanted to say the N word." It's like, no, it's fucking ridiculous.
Like, I just don't know how necessary this part of it was for this discussion. But I guess only time will tell if it like sticks, regardless. I think on the Colombian left this comment. Yeah, don't. You can just call me a communist. I'm not in community with Hassan or anyone who blindly defends him. He always goes to with the most extreme versions of whatever criticism. Yeah, I mean, I think he just saw something that he thought was funny, and he wanted to bring it up. But like, I don't know if he was thinking about Test, test, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me, chat? A bit loud. Sorry, my microphone died. So you're actually in my AirPod. I'll speak I'll speak quieter so you actually don't hear craziness happen. Basically what I was saying was you're in my ear. Sorry. I'm sorry. I had to cough. You are so lucky. I held it in long enough to press that mute button. Let me tell you. Um, but no, the point of what I was saying was back when we had that first discussion when I went on the stream, it took like 3 streams, maybe even longer, for Hassan and the chat to take what people were saying seriously. You know what I mean? It took people coming in stream after stream after stream and being like, I have this issue, I have this problem, for it to be even taken seriously as a concern, right? That's kind of what the entire conversation is about, right? The entire conversation is about the problem with the fact that concerns, when levied by marginalized people, aren't taken seriously, right? And I just don't believe that, like, the chat is going to take it seriously, right? They're just smiling and nodding about when Hassan says this is a real problem, and then Hassan goes off and says like, also they're saying I say black funny, and then Chad just lights out with like, ha ha ha, those silly rad libs, tricks are for kids. And I wonder like, did they even learn? Did they hear anything that was said? Which we watches the TikToks. I didn't even get that far, honestly. So I have not seen any of that.
Was matching the energy of the chatter. Brother, you hit the hard B black. I don't know what that means. Am I doing it right now? You definitely got to watch your tone, bro. Sometimes you don't got enough black friends to be acting like that. I just never want to be like in the same boat as like Andrew Schultz, because one of the things that I have noticed throughout my last uh 10 years, 12 years of being a political commentator who is
Honestly, I don't even think the chat gets that reference. I don't even think the chat gets that reference. I think they know who Andrew Schultz is, but I don't think they know about Andrew Schultz's anti-blackness. They're just like, Andrew Schultz, the comedian guy? What did he do? I don't know who he is. Don't he rock with Andrew Schultz? I don't think he rocks with Andrew Schultz. But honestly, Hassan has like a blind spot for like people with who do bad things before they do them. Honestly, call it the reverse Hassan Oracle. If Hassan starts riding for somebody like super hard, who's like apolitical, short the stocks. Genuinely short the stocks. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know, like Andrew because of Kaya Gate right now. Would Andrew jump on Kaya Gate? Do you know who ostensibly defended Hassan? Just like unilaterally for no reason, like not for no reason, but like Crash Emmy's podcast, Black Boy Max, common theme we see here. Foreign, I don't know if Foreign defended Hassan on Kaya. I mean, I'll speak on Kaya Gate specifically. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Not to get parasocial, but like even in general, it just feels like only people who really like defending Hassan like that at the expense of their own careers without caring about what other people are saying. Just that's all I'm saying. Sean C. That's good. That's a good one too. Sean C. 100%. We don't. This was a real one. To be fair, that's true. I gotta give credit where credit is. What was it on the Kaya Gate stuff? I don't know if I saw that. Wait, Vanilla Mix backpedaled? Vanilla backpedal? I don't know. I'm asking you. Y'all said it. Y'all said it. I'm trying to understand what y'all are saying. I'm here to get the news. Y'all are supposed to tell me these things. Who is y'all? I don't know. Whoever just said it. And a real pack one next. Compare Tragic to Crash Dummies 2 years versus 2 months. Look what happened. What has happened? Yeah, yeah. And honestly, like I think part of it is because like Hassan is an actual like ally to like you know to like black people, and he makes mistakes. Trust me, still a white man, but like black people rock with people who actually like rock with them and understand what they're going through. Right? There's a reason why like by and large black people don't rock with like Aiden Ross like that. Aiden Ross is supposedly in like the black community and around black spaces. Why do you think he's been abandoned by black people? Yeah, Kai calling out Aiden Ross's community for being racist. Aiden Ross himself is like surrounding himself by sycophants, and even then, not really. Except for like your rage. Even then, like your rage is not like rocking like I guess not. I guess kinda. But to be fair, your rage rocks with anybody. Like I have not seen a single person that your rage has not been like, yeah, I'll hang out with them. Why not? You know what I mean? Not even on like any clout chaser like business or whatever. Just because like he's just like content. You know? He's just like content. It's pure content. I don't blame some of them for just waiting for the harassment to go away, but they're being gaslit by thousands, and now they can't just use AI to make it worse. They don't claim Seagull, by the way. Who? I have never heard of this Nico guy. Never heard of him. Anyway, how much longer does this go on for? I am feeling tired. Okay. Are there any timestamps I should look at, chat? Genuinely. I think I saw what I wanted to see. Delicious. You can get cheddar burger? No, I already ordered it. Oh, so in case you're wondering, this is just oxygen. Boost oxygen for my altitude sickness. Drink some I just did. You didn't see me. You didn't see me hit some. It's almost out. Not CO2 the cure all. Tell me why I was sitting there hitting this and I was scrolling on Twitter and I saw some lady just like inhaling CO2 and I'm just like, they want to be me so bad. Sorry. I saw that. Yeah, it was insane. She's like, dog, I got I got a headache, CO2. I'm hungry, CO2. Wake up, CO2. Go to sleep, CO2. Horny, CO2. My eyes hurt, CO2. My thumbs hurt, CO2. My toes hurt, CO2. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, CO2. I'm just hey, yo, are you serious? Hey, magnesium is like a small issue problem solver, by the way. Small issue problem solver. I don't have any small problems or small issues. Yes, literally is this. CO2 is healed. Okay, now I need to show y'all this. It's so freaking funny. It's so hilarious. Have y'all seen this? CO2 healed or improved all of these, even.
was about to go get that penny.
As you can tell, I didn't read the first line. I just saw this entire list and I was like, that's hilarious. She's saying that CO2 can like make you straight. CO2 healed her homosexuality. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, lady, but I don't know if you're healed. Um, but let's see all the kinds of things that CO2 has healed, shall we? Anxiety, alcoholism, allergy, anorexia, asthma and shortness of breath. I don't trust that one at all. Compulsion, just like all compulsions, sure. Constipation, concentrated difficulties. So, like, wait, I'm not even gonna pronounce that word. Cardiac disturbance, depression, dependency, diarrhea, dizziness, lightheadedness, drug addiction, neurosis, employment difficulties, fatigue, fragility, family relationship difficulties, guilt feelings, headaches, homosexuality a second time, um, hypochondriasis, triasis, I can't read, impotence, indecision, inadequacy, inferiority, insecurity, irritability, impulsive. Okay, I'm tired of reading. There's a lot of stuff there, chat. Well, bon appetit.
Oddsearch just subscribed.
Ugh. Okay. Well, yeah, so if CO2 cures your homosexuality, what does oxygen do? Does oxygen make you gayer? Is oxygen the gay gas? Makes you more gay? I should have known. All right. LOL. Ugh. 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 I must be eating a ton of oxygen then. True. Okay, is that the end of the Hassan clip, chat? He just then goes on to talk about the way he says black. No, is there more? Hopefully, maybe. I'm not watching 7 hours. I'm already tired, and I have to wake up for a flight in the morning. I've already streamed for longer than I was supposed to stream. He goes back to disciplining chat after that. Pulls up some freaks. Oh, you're right. He does pull up some freaks. For call today. You know what? You can watch it on your own time, chat. I'm going to go sleep. Sleep on plane. I will be doing that as well. I will be sleeping on plane. Then I have to wake up off the plane, take an Uber back to my apartment, get my car, drive my car, pick up my dog, come back home, feed my dog, and then hopefully put her to sleep so that I can go to sleep too for the night. Ugh, I'm tired. Anyway, I've said my piece. If you haven't watched my YouTube video, uh, you better watch it now before I private it. Your dog is with you? No, she's boarding in Los Angeles. So, yeah. Any final thoughts? Wait, there is one thing I want to share with you. And I wonder if I can play Twitter links on this sync too. I wonder if I can play Twitter links on the sync too. Because, man, I have the funniest thing to show you. No. What if I copy the links to the video? Copy video address. No. Shame. What if I copy a link to the Hold on, I have an idea. I need the MP4 link. Hold, hold. Oh my goodness, why is there so many? Wait, I found it, I think. No, I didn't find it. Okay, whatever. It's a lost cause. I guess I can't show it to you. Yeah. Retweet it? No. Okay, one last thing I'll try. Just because I want y'all to see it so badly. Tell me if y'all can hear this.
You got bad reaction time, or is it chat saying GG?
Yeah.
Your chat doesn't believe in you, bro.
No, I'm cooking with reaction time. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like your chat thinks you're the huzz.
like I'm ass.
Yeah.
That's not what the huzz mean.
What's the huzz mean?
The huzz mean the hose.
Oh, hell yeah. Like general skills. You got bad reaction time, or is it chat saying GG?
Yeah.
Your chat doesn't believe in you, bro.
No, I'm cooking with reaction time. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like your chat thinks you're the huzz.
like I'm ass.
Yeah.
That's not what the huzz mean.
What's the huzz mean?
The huzz mean the hose.
Oh, hell yeah. Like general skills. You got bad reaction time, or is it chat saying GG?
Yeah.
Your chat doesn't believe in you, bro.
No, I'm cooking with reaction time. I'm not gonna lie.
I feel like your chat thinks you're
How do I stop it? Please. I'm sorry. Stop. Okay. Well, that's what a great what a great thing to leave it off on. Glad been Elvic Truth and Vindicated feels good. All right, we'll talk about Ludwig as well. Uh Basically exonerating Hassan. But I think also doubling down on him and Hassan not being friends. We're talking about all this. Ludwig, you're welcome. Right? Which I will say, I don't even think. So I said this like 2 days ago. I don't think Ludwig is wrong for not viewing Hassan as his friend. It's his prerogative to do so. But like, I still think it was a weird thing to say. Maybe that's a hot take. Maybe that'll get me canceled or something. But I still think it was a weird thing to just drop for no real reason. I don't think the reaction was necessarily warranted. And I think people got very parasocial on the behalf of Hassan to be like, how dare you not how dare you do this to Hassan? And how dare you do this to Cutie? Um, which I never really engaged with. But um I do think it was a dumb thing to say. So personally. Also, apparently, Cuties blocking people on Twitter. I don't know for what or why, but I think it's related to the Ann and Ross thing. But yeah, she blocked you. No, she didn't block me because I'm not out here tweeting craziness. She blocked some of y'all. 'Cause y'all out here tweeting craziness. See, I know how to ride the line, chat. I know what I probably shouldn't touch and what I definitely won't touch. Who is y'all? A few people. Yeah. I think the streaming space is so interesting with the amount of stuff that like uh people say behind the scenes and like how they act behind the scenes that like y'all don't really see. This isn't about Cutie, by the way. Sorry, this is about something totally different. Um, but I was just like, it's kind of crazy. That's why like the Ludwig thing is like, I think it shook a lot of people's worlds because like you don't usually see that kind of stuff in like on camera. You know what I mean? It's two faced. I mean, everybody's two faced. I think Lud was being very honest, but it's definitely to deflect blame. Yeah, it sounds too honest. No, I think it was being honest, right? I just think it was unnecessary. Like, I don't know why we're kind of conflating. Not we. I don't know why like Ludwig is conflating him being honest with like him not a little bit stirring shit. You know what I mean? Like honesty could be used as a tool to shit stir as well. You know, like it can be used as a tool just to be mean spirited. You feel me? Like unprompted being like, "Bro, your outfit is ugly." You're just like, I mean, sure, but like you didn't have to say this in front of the entire class, you know? You know? Which is why I don't understand why he said it. I mean, I get it actually. Just like he, here's the thing. I think he feel or you think he felt a little bit shackled by being like so closely associated with Hassan. And to a certain extent, I get it. Like people were acting like Ludwig had absolutely zero agency and that he was merely a pawn to to be weaponized against Hassan as a means to an end. Or even as he said, to be viewed as somebody who must only unilaterally defend Hassan. I can understand how that's frustrating. Um, and now he's kind of just like, you know what, I'm gonna do my own thing. And now he's just like kind of like laying it out and like, you know, kind of leaving Hassan out to dry a little bit. You know what I mean? Also, I can't read any of you chat. You're so far away. So apparently the funeral thing is like a reference to himself. that he also says about his friends when he just walks around. Um, you know what I mean? Get primed for 1K. Shatter, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Actually, no, I'll let you have this one. Yay, we did it. I think it's odd behavior. Yeah, does he just walk around being like, man, I wouldn't go to your funeral? Is that just his water cooler talk? People were talking like, you see the game last night? Yeah, no, it was a rough game. Yeah, it was crazy. I can't believe he threw that touch. I wouldn't go to either of your funerals. Like that's just how he introduces himself. That's how he introduces himself to his friends. Either he will go to your funeral or not go to your funeral. That's how he says hello. Don't worry, guys. That's just how he says hello. That's so funny. He says he asked people he collabs with if they will go to his funeral in 40 years, and that Chocobar is the only one who said no. I don't understand how that's relevant to like what he said though. Not coming out to you, Chatter, but like, what does that have to do with like him saying that he wouldn't go to Hassan's funeral? This quote was legit. These people I interact with her for work. We aren't friends. Wouldn't go to my funeral. I wouldn't go to theirs either. Yeah, it's kind of funny when you say it like that. But the way he said it sounded mean. It didn't sound mean, Chad. It was mean. It wasn't a nice thing to say. Like not even like in a parasocial like way to like defend Hassan, but like it wasn't nice. It was unnecessary. You didn't have to say that. you know, like he could have said, "Hey guys, I'm just not that close with the song. I'm not as close as y'all think I am with them." Even then, like it would have still came across as like a little bit like unnecessary, but like it wouldn't be. Dog, I'm not. We're not friends. I don't view him as like one of my close friends. I wouldn't even go to his funeral. He won't go to mine either. Like it's just it comes across a little bit iffy in my personal opinion. But you know what else comes across as iffy? This raid. That's right, chat. Thumbs up. I'm tired. It's been 5 hours. I did an entire day at a conference and came home and streamed for 5 hours. Can you believe that? All right. Any final thoughts? Any final thoughts? Speak now or forever hold your pee or whatever they say. Don't hurt your pee. But that's what the saying is. Speak now or forever hold your pee. Don't say ill to me. I'm just repeating what the saying is. I'm tired. Anything else, chat? Any final thoughts? I want to go to sleep. I will go to sleep. Alrighty. Adios, amigos. Goodbye. Goodbye. Remember, even though you don't got baddies, you avoid drama while trying. Listen, the baddies will come in due time. You don't get it, you don't understand it, you don't see the vision. All right. Peace out.